Muy buenos días, bienvenidas y
Good
bienvenidos.
day to everybody. We welcome you to this forum on e-voting, possibilities and challenges for its instrumentation in Mexico. We are going to begin to talk about mechanisms of e-voting in Mexico. We have as a moderator for this discussion, the Councilor Martín Faz Maura. The floor is yours. Hello, good day to all of you. It's a great pleasure to be here with you in this forum that is so important due to its topic, but not only the topic itself, but as well as the current context in which we have this debate of possibilities of a reform. And when we talk about e-voting, we see that it is very relevant, not only in the current debate, it's been a debate for a while regarding the possibilities, challenges of which is the topic of this forum, and it's fundamental. So it is wonderful to be able to hear from the experience of the various levels of progress that we have had nationally in various states of Mexico, as well as analyses. Not in all states is there the experience of using e-voting. However, it is always an element for analysis. And in these local arenas, it's in which e-voting, at least in our country, has been configured, has been created, and that is why we have a background. That's why the topic of this forum is so important, because we are going to listen to the various analysis that through the local electoral bodies that we call OPLES have worked on in this topic. So to do so, we have a luxury panel. There is no doubt about that. So the reflections that may arise from these discussions will be very important and welcomed. So I think that we are all very interested in hearing them. I am going to introduce our panelists for this table. In this case, we have the Electoral President Councilor Lirio Guadalupe Suarez Amendola. It's a pleasure to greet you. We also have the Electoral President Councilor of the state of Coahuila, Gabriela Maria de Leon Farias. It's a pleasure to greet you. The Electoral President Councilor of the state of Jalisco, Paula Ramirez Hon. Welcome. It's a pleasure to greet you. And also the Electoral Councilor President for Mexico City, Patricia Avendaño Duran. It's a pleasure to greet you, as well as the Electoral Councilor President of the state of Yucatan, Moises Bates Aguilar. We all know about their career, and their profile is on the microsite if you would like to learn a little more about them. And it would take too much time to present all the accomplishments of our panelists. So without further ado, and following the same order in which I introduced you, you will have 15 minutes maximum to share with this panel your ideas regarding e-voting, possibilities and challenges for its instrumentation in Mexico. So we begin with Lirio Guadalupe Suarez Amendola, who is the Electoral Councilor President for the state of Campeche. Thank you very much, Councilor Faz. Thank you so much for inviting me. And I want to say thank you to all the people who are hearing us through social media. I am very happy to participate in this forum in Campeche. We don't have our own technology. However, we have been able to receive support from Coahuila and Yucatan. So I'm going to now share my presentation regarding how we have used e-voting in Campeche. Can you see my screen? No, we are not able to see your screen yet. Now we can see your screen. So in the case of Campeche, like I was saying in the beginning of my introduction, I wanted to tell you what an e-ballot box is. It's an electronic device that takes the role of the paper ballot. And from the very beginning of this forum, we have heard the amazing advantages of using e-ballot boxes. One, which is the efficiency and being able to have very quick counting. We have heard how other countries have implemented this process successfully. In the case of Mexico, we have 12 states that have a legislation that considers this possibility. In Campeche, we don't have it yet. We have been working with the Congress so that we can begin going forward on this topic. In the case of Mexico, Coahuila, which is an electoral institute that has lended Campeche a lot of support. And we also have Jalisco and Mexico City, and we will hear directly from them. Also, Yucatan has been lending us support in their activities of participation. In the case of Campeche, since 2005, we have 2 electronic ballot boxes that was given to us by the local electoral authority of Coahuila. And since then, we have been creating awareness among citizens in schools at all levels, as well as service institutes, public institutes, municipalities with political parties, and citizens at large. In 2016, we renewed an agreement of 2005 where they switched our ballot box for a 5th generation. Coahuila is much ahead of us. You will hear from them a little later on. So how have we used these electronic ballot boxes? Well, in 2005, we have used them in elections of political parties, for example, the Spring Queen, union meetings, consultations, as well as children elections, among many others. So what do we do when we are going to use the e-ballot box? Well, those who use it are those in civic education and citizen participation. The first thing they do is to train those who are going to use this electronic ballot box. We show them how to do this activity and how you can use the e-ballot box, and then you have the activities. Here are some images of how we have used it in Campeche, for example, with political parties. Here is an example of a use in a university. Here we can see the previous electronic ballot box. Now we have a different one. And we have been having these types of activities since 2005. And almost every year they loan it to us like 4 or 5 times. And we use it with institutions and organizations. In the case of commissions, which was done municipally, in the case of Champuton, we had it in 4 out of the 5 provinces, and this was done with the Electoral Institute, as well as with the participation of a Ciudadanía de Yucatán. They gave us 10 ballot boxes. And here we can see news that was published, because even though we showed them the procedure on using this electronic ballot box, and we showed them that there was no possibility for the results to be altered. In one of the precincts, people did not want to use it. They refused to use the electronic ballot box. And in the end, we were able to prove that the results were reliable, that there is no intervention, external intervention. There is a little confusion among the people, and we see that even though we have been working on this since 2005. People think that there is some way to hack the results, and we hear this a lot. And there's this like idea that since it's electronic, people confuse what's electronic with the fact that it has Wi-Fi or that it can be hacked. And we have seen this throughout the days of this forum, is that there's a lot of distrust, and we always hear about the system crashing, and that is permeated among the people in Campeche. Even though we have been working on this a lot, we have had really good results with schools. The young people accept e-voting much better than adults. And that is why we have more requests from schools, from middle schools, high schools, and universities, and even unions. For example, in universities, we have a higher level of acceptance towards these types of procedures. So only Chapoton in 2009, even though it still has been promoted in the most recent elections, which take place between November and December, even though we explained and showed them how to use it, there is still a lot of resistance. We have been working still with schools. We have been showing them how to use the electronic ballot box, how it works. However, we have still not been able to get full permeability in the society. In 2012, we also had a program for children elections. This was a citizen participation activity that the General Council in that period approved for citizen participation, and it was done in a parallel matter for the elections to governor. So what we did is that we invited children of all ages as a way of introducing them to this e-ballot box, so that children could also like encourage their parents to use these types of instruments. And contrary to what is thought, cannot be hacked or intervened, and that results are quite reliable. So in 2012, we had an activity with 100 electronic ballot boxes that were loaned to us by Coahuila, and we had our own. So we were able to set up all these ballot boxes in 11 municipalities, and 28,000 children throughout the state participated. The results were quite interesting. Even with adults, we see that women were key. Here we can see the number of voters, 14,742. Girls, over 13,366 boys. And here we can see the percentages that each represent. And we see the results, which are respect, justice, freedom, participation, solidarity, and dialogue. This activity that we had of citizen participation is still promoted among schools, meaning you go to the schools of all levels in an activity where you show the kids, first of all, what the e-ballot box is, how it works, how you get the results, and these values of democracy for the children election of 2012 is the one that we continue using in schools. The executive management of civic education and citizen participation is the one in charge of visiting these schools. We have approximately 300 schools that have been visited, and we have many requests of participating in societies and associations of students. For example, the Queen of Spring approached us. The DIF has also requested e-ballots. Association of professionals like the accountants of Campeche, of physicians, the unions of administrative workers, labor workers of Campeche, of the Autonomous University of Campeche, political parties, consultations regarding values, which is the most important one, socializations, etc. And just like I already said, the Civic Education Executive Department is the one that promotes these types of activities. In the most recent election for unions of the University of Campeche, I apologize, I think I missed a slide, but I wanted to share that despite that we have used it in the Autonomous University of Campeche since 2009 for elections up to now, they contested the result, and it's still going on in the union for academic workers of the university. And what the union did in this challenging of results, because it was requested by the contrary party, what they were doing was requesting a ruling. You have 3 minutes left. Okay, very briefly. A technical ruling was presented on behalf of the Electoral Institute with the participation of the Civic Education Department as well as the Unit of Technologies, where we were able to prove that it was impossible to hack these machines. And even though it's still in the courts where they said that the machine had been tampered, we were able to prove that that was not the case, that it was impossible, that these machines, these devices are completely safe, and there is no way of hacking them. I think that the Institute of Coahuila surely will explain in further detail how these machines work, how these e-ballot boxes work, and they cannot be externally tampered with because the vote is used there and you cannot repeat it. So thank you very much for your attention. That is all. Thank you so much for your intervention, and thank you for putting all these elements on the table that with no doubt make up a very good element of analysis. Now, Gabriela de Leon Farias, she is electoral president counselor for Coahuila. The floor is yours and you have up to 15 minutes. Thank you. Good day to all of you. Well, first of all, I send my greetings to all of you, and I want to express my gratitude to you, Councilor Martin Paz Mora of INE. Thank you so much for being the moderator of this discussion, and I want to greet our president councilor as well as the people who invited us to participate with you today. I want to tell you a little about the experience of Coahuila. As it has already been mentioned previously, since 2002, the Electoral Institute of Coahuila, or the electoral body of Coahuila, has been a pioneer in the use and development of electronic ballot boxes. But first of all, I want to go to the basics and then go towards the challenges that we have faced in e-voting in Mexico. First of all, in a very general way, I would like to say that this topic of e-voting has been proposed for many years now. For example, in the Ley Madero of 1917, we already heard about the possibility of using automatic means to receive votes from citizens. In the case of Mexico, From the very beginning, it has been developed and defended to have a traditional voting system in person. And there are other countries in the world that have been developing e-voting or mechanical voting. In the case of e-voting, when we refer to e-voting, as you know, there are two ways to do it. One, which is internet voting, and the other one, which is in-person voting using an electronic ballot box. Now, the state of Coahuila, through its Electoral Institute, has been the pioneer in the development and use of these technologies. Since 2002, we have developed an electronic ballot box. It has evolved, and currently we are using them. And we have the sixth generation of electronic ballot boxes. I want to share my screen with you so that we can reflect on the countries that are already implementing e-voting. In America, we have Brazil, obviously, the US, and worldwide, we have Belgium, Bulgaria, the United Arab Emirates, and these are the countries that are already using electronic voting regularly. Also, we have Estonia, Philippines, India, and Venezuela. On the other hand, we have countries that are implementing or are beginning to explore electronic voting with partial implementation that include Argentina, Australia, Canada, Colombia, Ecuador, Spain, France, Guatemala, Iraq, Italy, Japan, Mexico, Mongolia, Namibia, Panama, Paraguay, Peru, Russia, and Switzerland. And we have another group of countries that have like a ban on e-voting. It's completely paralyzed, which is the case of Germany, Finland, Ireland, Kazakhstan, Norway, the Netherlands, and the United Kingdom. And basically, just like this presentation has stated, in Mexico, we are developing and building possibilities of e-voting. I would also like to say that since 2005 and 2009 and 2011, the Electoral Institute of Coahuila has already had partial elections or pilot programs with e-voting in a successful manner. So this is the new model, the sixth generation. It's very different to the one that was presented to us by Lidio a few moments ago. This is the latest generation of an e-ballot box. It's sort of like a suitcase. It's very resistant. It's of industrial use. And you can also see that it has wheels, so it can be even easier to move around. So all the polling station officers can move it around easily. This is a ballot box that does not use internet. And I'm going to highlight this topic. It has an aluminum container that protects the electronics. Here it has a touchscreen computer, latest generation. And over here we have a barcode reader, and you can't see it, but we also have a printer with what we call a sales point. So this is the latest generation of e-ballot boxes that we are using in Coahuila. And these are the ones that we used this year for the constitutional elections of Tamaulipas. 50 e-ballot boxes were set up in the state of Tamaulipas. Now I would like to refer to the advantages of using electronic ballot boxes. Well, first of all, you save costs, both in paper as well as materials and training, because the way to operate the e-ballot box is very easy, and you reduce hours of training invested to train the polling station officers. Another important element that I think we should focus on is that way you don't have votes that are annulled because there are mistakes. As you know, you have parallel elections and you have a federal, local, and state ballot. And sometimes there are 3 levels of elections, the state and the city hall. So coalitions are not always the same. We have seen this over and over again. You have the coalition for the federal election, which is not the same as that for the local election. So citizens are getting so much information that they get confused when they want to vote. Well, what happens with the e-voting machine? Well, there it tells you that your vote would be annulled because the coalition that you are choosing is not valid. So that is something very important. Another advantage of the e-ballot box is how much time you can save in counting votes. We have more and more elections, and what we wanted to do was to save public resources, but we also see that it's become more complex for all the different officers of the polling stations. In some states, there were even up to 6 elections. So with e-ballot boxes, you can get the results in minutes. But also, aside from saving time, it avoids mistakes in the tally. You get exact results instantly, and those who know about this system in further detail also know that the sheet of results, which is sort of like a long ticket, has a QR code, and the assistant takes a shot of that, and that is put into the prep directly. We don't have to have people recording all the information or more labor. So that element of saving time is very, very good. So if that has still not convinced you, I would like to talk about the expenditure that we have on our environment. For example, this year, well, the previous year, INE had to recycle because recycling, of course, helps a lot. But we must remember that in recycling, you also use water. So yes, it's not that bad. It's the worst. It's not the worst, but it would be preferable to not use paper. INE for the national elections only. This number does not include the state elections. INE recycled 1,300 tons of paper. And the president counselor also stated that we're talking about 22,000 trees saved. So each ton of paper requires 150,000 to 250,000 liters of water just to create the materials used for the elections of INE of 2021. So 200 million liters of water were used, and we could stop using this water if we would migrate towards e-ballot boxes. Okay, what are important elements of the e-ballot box? Well, first of all, I already shared a general description. And one of the elements is that you have a witness of the vote. I talked about like a sales point printer. And this means that the voter has the possibility of not only verifying his or her vote on the screen, but he or she can also get a witness on a little piece of paper stating that the vote that they cast was for this political party or candidate. So we have to discuss this because when we talk about the e-ballot box of Jalisco and some of INE do not give you this witness of vote or proof of vote. So this is something that has to be discussed. Another important topic is that the manufacturing of e-ballot boxes have to be done by the electoral body. In our case, we purchased the components and our staff assembles the equipment. We don't only program them, we also assemble them in such a way that you can have certainty that there is no external third party or foreign third party that is putting these machines together, and also programming. We, as electoral bodies who work with e-ballot boxes, have to invest in having in our team programmers to avoid any type of third-party intervention. Now, regarding the challenges, I you have 2 minutes left. Well, then I won't share what I was going to share. I wanted to share a document that's on the repository of INE. It's a very well made report, which gives us full clarity and how this whole process took place for the implementation of the pilot program of e-ballot boxes. So what would I like to conclude with? Well, first of all, we do not have a standardized regulation regarding the elements that e-ballot boxes should have. And I believe that we need to have this. INE, from my humble perspective, should begin now to bringing all the people together and all the local experience that we have to establish a clear regulation regarding the elements that e-ballot boxes should have in Mexico, because many states want to have this. Nuevo León, for example, is bidding the design of an e-ballot box. Yes, that's great, but what elements should it include? And the reason why I say this is because I went to Colombia with my e-ballot box, and it generated a huge debate among the Brazilians. They began to discuss and argue when I was showing this e-ballot box, and the debate had to do with the proof of vote. Should it print out a proof of vote or not? Or should it generate or not generate this proof of vote? So these are elements that must be discussed and regulated so that we do not have new e-ballot boxes that I am sure are wonderful and very novel, but maybe do not have the necessary security and certainty elements for the voting. And so INE should say, okay, e-ballot boxes have internet or don't have internet access. We have to discuss it and regulate it. Should they give you a proof of vote? Yes or no? We have to discuss this and we have to regulate it. So that's how I conclude my intervention, because I see I'm running out of time. So thank you very much for your attention. And thank you very much for the opportunity to be able to present to you. Thank you, President. And for those listening to us, we had already agreed that before your time was up, I was going to interject. So you knew that you were almost out of time. So this is just so we can all respect the time assigned. So thank you very much for your intervention. And I think that once again, we see very interesting issues here and also challenges. So now I am going to give the floor to Paula Ramirez One, who is the President Counselor for Electoral Matters in the state of Jalisco. The floor is yours for up to 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fasa. Thank you for this invitation for moderating this panel. The truth is that I'm honored to be here sharing this space with Gabriela, Patricia, Lirio, Moy. And the reality is that together, we have a lot of expertise combined on e-voting, and I truly commend you for organizing this forum this morning. I believe that we should start by saying that the experience of e-ballot boxes in Mexico has been basically or mainly successful. For 2 decades now, as already explained by Gaby de Leon from Coahuila, the legislation in Coahuila opened up the door for the use of electronic systems for electoral processes in our country. And ever since then, the use of e-voting in Coahuila, as explained by Gabi, has been a constant element or system both in that state as well as in other states, as Lydia from Campeche just said. In the case of Jalisco, there was an electoral reform in 2005 that made it possible to implement. Of course, we're talking about the local reform. It made it possible to implement the research, programming, and use of this technology, which in the case of Jalisco has been there for 17 years as part of our democratic life locally. Those ever since 2002 in Coahuila and 2005 in Jalisco, there were several reforms to local laws that allowed us to make achievements in the use of this technology to protect or enforce the rights of citizens. I would like to go back to some events and relevant information on the use of e-voting in Jalisco, which was developed by the Civic Participation and Electoral Institute, which I chair. And I would like to go back to these events in history precisely to showcase the relevance of achievements made to promote and consolidate the use of this technology, which in my opinion, at least as far as I know, without exceptions, has always delivered great results.
Tuxcueca se convirtió en el primer municipio.
In 2009, there was a municipality in Jalisco that became the first municipality in Mexico where e-voting was implemented 100%. In those elections, there was a civic participation of 63.10% of the nominal voters list. 32 minutes were necessary only since the closure of polling stations to the release of results. That same year, there were 2 extraordinary elections also using e-voting.
De elecciones extraordinarias que, como
and even though they were off elections, which always have less interest and participation. In this case, the participation in this municipality, which is Gómez Farias, was 55.3%, and in San Cristobal de Agarranca, 59.3%. The results of these elections were confirmed and declared valid by jurisdictional competent authorities, and in no case, and this is important to say, in no case were there controversies around the use of e-ballot boxes. Ever since then in Jalisco, e-voting gained traction both in constitutional local elections and in all types of participation mechanisms for the concurrent local process in 2011-2012. In this case, we elected all types of officials like governor, deputies, municipal representatives. So the institute in Jalisco approved the use of e-voting in 43 of more than 100 municipalities in the state. In other words, 1/3 of the state that used e-voting for those elections. That experience was highly revealing and enriching, among other things, because 4 of the municipalities where e-ballot boxes were used are and continue to be mostly regions where indigenous people use, which means that technology can expand the exercise of electoral and political rights even in remote communities because it brings to them and facilitates voting freely and easily to citizens. In that elections, we also had historically high participation levels that wouldn't have been possible in other municipalities. District 1, 476 e-voting machines with a participation of more than 67%. In this District 17, where we had 497 e-ballot boxes, the participation was above 64%. It is important to highlight the most important element in these experiences in Jalisco. There, where you use e-voting systems, there are always high participation levels. In addition to that, in July 2012, we'll remember this election day. On election day in July, 80% of e-voting results from e-machines, e-voting machines used in elections had been transmitted less than 45 minutes after the closure of polling stations. And no polling stations or processes involving e-voting were annulled. To give you an idea, in that local election, where again, we elected all types of official authorities were elected, more than 3,200 traditional polling stations were questioned, and the percentage was significantly lower in the case of e-voting machines. We're talking about a total of 10,000 polling stations in elections. At the same time, the e-ballot box in Jalisco, like those in Coahuila, Mexico City, and Jalisco, having used for different participation mechanisms or for making decisions of different kinds. On 25 occasions, our institute has lent its machines for internal elections for use by political parties. It has been used in 110 school elections. It has been present in 173 socialization exercises like museum, fair exhibits, and events. And of course, e-ballot box has been the technological democratic tool that has been used for 42 social participation mechanisms, 5 consultations or referendums, including one statewide in December last year, 18 participatory budget processes, and even a referendum organized in Italy in 2013, among other mechanisms. These and other experiences confirm, in my opinion, that e-voting systems are not only reliable, safe, and effective, but the system has many advantages that makes this tool feasible for use in future elections. And yes, I may repeat some of the things said, some of things said by previous speakers, but I would like to reiterate something important. E-voting systems are cheaper than traditional processes. In addition to paper savings, e-ballot boxes reduces the number and training hours required for electoral officers, as well as training for vote counting and recalls. And of course, that eliminates expenses associated with the PREP, the preliminary results program, which is compulsory for any ordinary um, election in our country because e-voting systems deliver results immediately, which makes prep unnecessary. And the same applies to rapid counts. It reduces the possibility of human error and reduces litigation, electorally speaking, as figures have already shown. I mean, e-voting systems give a certainty and definitely contributes or contribute to the certainty or reliability of electoral processes. And you have a proof of voting, which reduces also the possibility of mistakes, which allows uh, polling station officers only to have to sign these documents, and information is stored in e-voting machines themselves. In the case of Jalisco, citizens do not receive a paper proof of voting. The system agilizes the counting of results because counting is made automatically and results are provided immediately. In our experiences in Jalisco, we have documented a reduction of more than 90% in activities associated with vote counting. And electronic voting machines in Jalisco can transmit results simultaneously to the different collegiate, civic, and electoral bodies, municipal, statewide. We have done it statewide, but even though it's a functionality, as mentioned earlier, that is optional, because in recent elections, the authority responsible, which is today the National Electoral Institute, has determined that we shouldn't transmit results given the lack of legal rounds around it. So voting machines in Jalisco can also use as a vault that prevents data from being removed from them, and they have magnetic card systems to open and close polling stations. The system is easy to use, transparent, inclusive. Let me tell you that our voting machines, like the prototype in Coahuila, has a touch screen where you can also include, in addition to options for voting, you can include information to guide citizens. The system, again, issues a printed voting receipt, but citizens can see immediately or right away on a skull transparent box the accumulation of votes for a further verification if necessary. This is important because our e-ballot box allows citizens to confirm the direction of their vote while providing it secrecy. It also has braille cards and a headphone so that the blind can vote independently. Of course, our e-voting machines has security features that I will mention generally given the time we have left. I should say that this technology has been developed by EPC in Jalisco. We're in the fourth generation of machines. Coahuila has six prototypes. We have different versions of hardware and software that have been redesigned and developed with enhanced features, accessories, and security features with touch screens, again, thermal printer, backup memory, and magnetic band cards for closing and opening of polling stations, energy backup for more than 5 hours, and 3G transmission. They are portable, even though they do not have a case like the machines in Coahuila. Its weight is 20 kilos. It can be set up on any table or surface. And next year, we will be working in a prototype with a more compact and light design for easier handling and transportation. And finally, another advantage that is not a minor one is that it is environmentally friendly because it avoids waste of paper, fuel for its transportation, among many other benefits. Uh, we're only 2 minutes and 50 seconds away from the end of your presentation. Last year, electoral institutes in Coahuila and Jalisco also provided 50 e-ballot boxes each for local elections and federal elections in 2021 concurrent elections. The number of e-voting machines used only accounted for 0.06% of installed polling stations. This year, 50 e-machines also participated in local elections last June in Tamaulipas and Aguascalientes. And I would like to wrap up by saying this, as mentioned by Councilor Martin Faz at the beginning of this forum, a few months ago, excuse me, a couple of electoral political reforms bills were submitted to disappear the powers of local bodies, which would erode our participation and contribution. But the only point where these bills agree in, especially with our two other bills that were submitted at the Congress a few weeks ago, has to do with the push for the implementation of e-voting. And I would like to insist to wrap up, the only coincidence among all the different political electoral reform bills that are being under discussion today in Congress have to do with e-voting, which is an achievement that has been developed, contributed, and implemented by local electoral institutes. Thank you. Thanks to you, President, and thank you for putting on the table these different elements and issues that, without a doubt, uh, are significant, as I mentioned in previous sessions. So you have provided many elements. At the end of these sessions, I will discuss them additionally. And of course, we still have a Q&A for that. Next, we have Patricia Avendaño Duran, who is the Council President of the Electoral Institute for Mexico City. Go ahead, please, Dr. Avendaño, you have 15 minutes. Thanks a lot, Councilor Paz. First, I would like to thank you I would like to thank INE for the opportunity to participate in this interesting forum. And of course, I would like to thank you, Councillor Fast, for your moderation. I want to greet my president colleagues or fellow colleagues from Campeche, Coahuila, Jalisco, and Yucatan. It's a real pleasure to be here sharing this virtual space. Well, let me share my presentation, which I prepared for this session to talk about e-voting systems. And next, let me know if you can see my presentation. Yes, we can. Yes, we can see it. Perfect. Okay, the first thing I would like to mention in connection with the e-voting experience in Mexico City is that at the Mexico City Electoral Institute, we have always been committed to the use of IT channels and mechanisms for civic participation through the application of data processing tools that contribute to the efficiency and efficacy of our main purpose in this electoral body, that is um, taking into account citizens' choices when it comes to elections for legislators and authorities. I would like to mention that at the Mexico City Institute, we have gone through a transition. And I say it because we have two important phases that are around e-voting machines, which have been developed for a decade. And right now, we're talking about internet voting systems. Let me start by talking about the e-ballot boxes. The e-ballot box project in Mexico City began in 2000 to modernize the organization of electoral and civic participation processes in Mexico City. This phase uh, that has to do with the e-voting systems was developed in five stages. The first one had to do with the research and technology and experiences from other countries that had already applied e-ballot boxes. The second involved the dissemination of a project among different stakeholders in Mexico City through the organization of analysis and discussion forums to explore the possibility of its implementation and its potential acceptance. Let's not forget that electoral bodies always have this stigma regarding the transmission of results via computer systems. The third stage involved a pilot test that was conducted with the support of the Electoral Superior Court of Brazil in the framework or in the context of a 2003 election. And as a result of this pilot test in 2004, we started the fourth stage, which involved in collaboration with the education institutions, a prototype for any voting machines that responded to the needs of the Electoral Institute and citizens in Mexico City. That design was submitted in February 2005. And it's important to point out that together with this project, we had the participation of the most prestigious universities in the country, like the National Autonomous University of Mexico, the National Polytechnic Institute, the Autonomous Metropolitan Institute, University, excuse me, and the Higher Studies University of Monterrey in Mexico City. Once we had the prototype, we began the fifth stage with different operation and functioning tests through voting exercises, which involved or meant that we had to analyze regulatory and technical aspects related to its use, explore the level of acceptance for its implementation so that we could contribute to its dissemination through these activities. In the specific case of their use, the Electoral Institute at the time, which was known as the Federal District Electoral Institute at the time, engaged in 75 exercises. 44 had to do with voting and 31 were demonstrations. In the case of the 44 voting exercises, we have some 17 binding exercises and 27 were non-binding. As regards binding exercises, we had internal elections for political parties, for example, both in Mexico City and the state of Mexico. And we also had a consultation on environmental policy, the energy reform, and the green consultation. As regards non-binding exercises, we had different tests both in Mexico City and in other Mexican states like Chihuahua, Chiapas, where we had elections or processes to gather information or opinions, for example, including children's elections with functionality for different languages. For example, in Chihuahua, we have a child Congress where we allowed for voting in for indigenous languages, English, Spanish, and Tarahumara, Baja Tarahumaras. And we also had some processes in different boroughs in Mexico City. We had a green consultation and voting exercise. What was one of the best or highlights of this process? That was in 2008 and 2009, where we used 40 ballot boxes, one in each single member electoral district for lawmaker elections and elections of heads of boroughs, which was a binding exercise. Why is it important to highlight this? Because it was only through the mechanism that votes were cast. In most cases, we explore both alternatives. That is in person and through the use of devices. To wrap up, I would like to say that this was a successful project, and I say it speaking in the past because it was a very successful project in Mexico City. At the time, it was an example of technological innovation. It met quality, use, and functionality standards, guarantee secrecy of votes. It was auditable in all its operation stages. It reduced, of course, the use of electoral paperwork, and it allowed us to learn about the results immediately. However, this project came to an end in 2010 when the institute ended the experimental phase of a project. And obviously, we had gathered lots of information and gained a lot of experience. What were the main reasons to do that? Because at the Electoral Institute in Mexico City, we made the decision. But why did we do it? Because beyond its potential success and its actual success, because we had used the system in demonstrative exercises and only in one case in a binding process related to elections, we didn't overlook of the aspects of a complexity, a population density, and all of that, so that we estimated that the cost of purchasing e-voting machines was too high. And we also need logistical conditions for distribution, storage, the appointment, the training for polling station officers so that they could use these e-voting machines based on standards. For example, aspects such as delivering it promptly or before elections, being careful with it so it could be hit or damaged. We had to hire specialist or specialized staff, which involved a high cost. And again, the aspect of warehousing. For this reason, the conclusion in this stage is that it wouldn't be possible to continue or move forward with the project, especially because it involved also a significant investment. For all experimental exercises and application exercises, I would like to mention that the IT unit of this institute developed 30 different software versions for the application of the different exercises, which of course involved or required highly specialized personnel. And at the time, that was complicated. And at the time, the people leading the institution made the decision that this successful project had to stop because the investment required was too large, and especially considering the number of polling stations required. What are the next steps, or what is the situation in case of internet voting systems? We have migrated to an internet voting system known as SAY, and obviously with this leading edge technology and capacity, we have always sought the incorporation or the adoption of new technologies for electoral and civic participation processes. Our first experience was in 2012 when we implemented the internet electronic systems as an additional voting mechanism that is reliable and safe for the emission of opinions or votes remotely. Why do I consider it an additional or alternative because it was implemented constitutionally in 2012 elections uh, for voters from Mexico City residing abroad. It was an additional mechanism because these citizens were given the alternative to cast their vote by mail, but also through a device that would be connected to the internet or a computer uh, that allowed them to cast their vote. At the time in 2012, that was 10 years ago, what allowed us to use the system? Well, the system was controlled from Mexico, which means that nobody outside of Mexico City uh, could tamper with the votes. We guaranteed the casting of a vote in a universal, free, secret, and direct form with important security features to cipher and transmit votes cast. It's environmentally friendly. And of course, the system allowed us to receive votes cast over the internet from other countries on election day. This was the first experience, 2012. What happened after 2012? After that first voting experience over the internet, the Mexico City Electoral Institute made decision to implement it in all the different civic participation processes we have. And here you can see the evolution of the system and our achievements and progress all throughout these years. In 2012, we implemented it for the first time with a third-party system, and in subsequent exercises audited by prestigious academic institutions like UNAM, the Mexico City campus, the Monterrey Technological Institute. We have updated and redesigned the infrastructure. We also redesigned the operation flow and security scheme in 2016. In 2017, we implemented a pre-registration procedure with the keys provided via certified mail to guarantee that those who received the key to vote were actual voters. In 2018, we implemented the use of mobile applications with these cell phones or smartphones. Or you have a computer in your hands. So the decision was made to take advantage of this technology, and the coverage of smartphones in Mexico City is as well as in high level of internet access available in Mexico City, so that people through a mobile app can share their opinions. It was not used for voting, but it was used for civic participation processes. And then in 2019, we implemented the facial recognition features, and we have also used that in subsequent exercises. This is a brief figure that shows the process for registration, the configuration of election. We open remote voting, the vote counting process is very agile, and then the day closes. In this case, we had we have had some struggles in terms of dealing with the level of distrust in electoral authorities. And for that, we have relied on the use of images and photographs, as well as proof of life, as we call it, to guarantee facial recognition requirements. And so we have many advantages in the case of voting over the internet, and we are determined to continue to use the system in the future, including voting abroad, and because it's an important tool. And all these are led by the National Electoral Institute or under its guidelines. These are our vision, these are the stages, and this is our experience when it comes to e-voting in Mexico City. Thank you. I'll stop sharing my screen. Thanks to you, President. Thanks a lot again. As explained by our previous speakers, there are a series of issues and elements that are really important when it comes to this topic we're discussing today for this panel. Thanks again. And next, we have the last panelist. Um, of course, I want to remind you that at the end of this session, we'll have a Q&A segment. Um, and by the way, you can post your questions on our social media channels and the chat boxes. So if you're listening to us or watching us, do it. This is time to do it. We have another speaker, Mr. Moises Batres Aguilar. He's the Council President of the Electoral and Civic Participation Institute in Yucatan. It's a pleasure to say hi to you. You have 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Councillor Martin Paz. First of all, I want to greet all my colleague panelists who have presented before me, Lidio, Gavi, Paula, Patti Avendaño, and of course, I want to express my gratitude once again for inviting me to this forum because it's very interesting. I think that Gabi from Coahuila and Paula from Jalisco and Patti from Mexico City have clearly expressed the progress of electoral institutes regarding the use of e-ballot boxes in the various states. It is obvious that there are electoral institutes that have developed with further enthusiasm this technological development, and it has been applied in a more constant way in various activities, even in constitutional elections like we heard. In the case of Yucatan, just like Campeche, the use of the e-ballot box has been mainly in civic education activities, as well as some union elections. So in my presentation, I want to generate some reflections in a more general way and not so specific as my previous panelists. I think that after COVID and this pandemic, and the situation that this world pandemic caused accelerated technological development worldwide, especially in communication and human interaction. And we should also consider that in the face of the mobility and the recognition of all countries of guaranteeing citizens the human right of political participation in decision-making for government to receive votes is a topic for all electoral bodies. I agree with Julio Telles Valdez that states that the globalization of media has marked a change in the political, social, economic, and cultural development of our society. Following this line of thought, we subscribe electronic voting in the world. It's important to mention that in the specific case of Yucatan, the law of electoral procedures, Article 123, has established that it's a role of the electoral state body to have the partial or total implementation of e-voting in accordance with the technical or budgetary capacity of each case, taking into account the human and material resources to guarantee its appropriate operation. To do so, we need to back up the effective functioning of the system and to ensure that we respect confidentiality in this process. We can also sign agreement with academic institutions to receive the technical support that is necessary. YEPAC must approve the electoral sessions in which we will be able to use electronic instruments to be able to cast votes. The legislation itself also considers that e-voting will guarantee the respect of the guiding principles for elections, and it must follow the appropriate measures to ensure the formalities of voting and the guidelines that the General Council of the Institute issues. We have to ensure that in the polling stations where it has been agreed on to have e-voting, that you have the necessary setup as well as the technical devices to ensure its optimal operation. This system can be used in the processes in which we need direct voting on behalf of citizens, including those elections for governors, Congress representatives, and legislators, as well as the plebiscite and referendum. Electronic voting can be implemented in a total or partial manner. It's also important to mention that throughout this year, with the reactivation of in-person classes, the Institute has had activities with students with the exclusive use of e-ballot boxes. Likewise, we have established contact with various education centers to be able to promote this type of activity, as well as to improve and to make its operation much more efficient. Our technology unit jointly with the management department of training generated an application for e-voting that allows for the staff to configure at any time needed the different types of voting systems. Each system is online, so it allows us to share the information. It's also important to underline that with a signed agreement between the Electoral Institute of Yucatan and of Coahuila in 2009, YEPAC started for the very first time the use of 10 e-ballot boxes for student voting, focused on students who their ages are between 13 and 16. So this allows us to have younger generations that once they do have to vote formally will have already been exposed to this new technology. After receiving from the Electoral Institute of Coahuila 12 e-ballot boxes in 2020 with an investment of 450,000 pesos with a shelf life of 10 years, with the purpose of updating the devices and becoming more modern in the local elections, we considered its implementation once again in student elections so that from the time people are young, they can be exposed to this type of use of technology. E-voting, in general terms, is any mechanism of election in which you use electronic devices or any type of technology in the various stages of the election. And the basic purpose is to vote using electronic systems to cast votes. In a strict sense, e-voting is the precise act in which a person expresses their willingness through electronic devices or any other type of technology that can receive your vote. We can see some advantages already mentioned by the previous panelists. It makes it easier to vote because you can get the results quickly and cast your vote quickly. It allows people to vote any place in the world. You can get the official results in just a few hours after closing the electoral process. The use of the e-ballot box does not only reduce the hours of work, but it can also reduce human errors and make the job in the polling stations easier and be able to share the results faster and generate important savings regarding paper and electoral materials. What are the disadvantages that we have also heard? Well, for example, in Yucatan, knows that it's costly to invest in a large amount of e-ballot boxes to set them up for just one electoral process. And according to the political parties, they cannot guarantee the privacy of the votes for a future implementation of e-ballot boxes. We also have to have a legislative reform, and we have to have trust of all the authorities, political parties, and citizens. And you have to promote the use of this type of voting. We see that there is distrust among citizens. So e-voting is seen as a tool to be more efficient in voting and to generate a higher trust in counting. And we want to go forward with e-voting because we think it can be safer, we can go faster in processing results and make voting in itself easier to do. So there are considerable challenges. In our meetings, we have heard in detail the discussions that have taken place throughout the last months and year regarding e-voting. And yes, we do see that there are issues that catch our attention, like, for example, the case of an article that was published by Ms. Ravel regarding e-voting that is called No Without a Pause but with No Rush, where she questions why we should be using a hybrid system. However, I think this all nurtures the discussion. The elections of our country have the pillars of eliminating circumstances that can affect the certainty in our free and secret possibility of voting, as well as receiving its results. That's why it's so important that the decisions made for this take into account the priority of the trust of our citizens, which lies in the authenticity and certainty that what they voted will be respected. To follow up on the activity of the implementation, we have also observed on February 3rd, 2021, that the Board of INE decided to establish the possibility that in 2 states that are Coahuila and Jalisco, to set up 50 polling stations with e-ballot boxes. That happened, and from what we have heard, they were very successful in this process. Electronic voting machines are of various types, and they continue to evolve, just like technology always does. That's why it's very important to choose the most appropriate system for the context of our country, and specifically for each one of the regions, considering the advantages and disadvantages of all the options that we have today, and following the experience that the states who have already used the e-voting system. And we also have to respect our national electoral system. So we consider that we should do the necessary work to standardize this topic, to continue forward on a common path based on the experience, and that the citizens, no matter where they are, will know how these systems operate and will have acquired experience to strengthen their participation. You have 3 minutes left. Thank you very much. To conclude, I think that we must take into account various important aspects, which include defining one only system to be used through an electronic ballot box, or maybe consider the possibility of electronic voting. We must also train under one only guideline the staff that we work with, and promote one unique use to create trust among citizens in the use of electronic means through various campaigns of dissemination, and to also examine the possibility of regional alliances among electoral institutes for the design and manufacturing of the electronic devices, to unify effort regarding analysis and also regarding the production costs. That is all I have to share with you for now. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you for also making this ample reflection on this very important topic. Before we go to our Q&A session, which I already have, and to consider the takeaways that we have had today, is that we can see advantages that can be translated into possibilities, although it may not be the case. Possibilities talk about the feasibility, and we would have to see how these advantages can become feasible. But here, for example, we have talked about how it makes training easier, how it makes the job of the polling officers easier. It avoids votes being annulled. Regarding costs, even though there is a debate here, because they say it's an important challenge to be able to purchase the total amount of equipment that is needed. That is a true challenge. However, we have also talked about cost savings And it has also been linked to the use of e-ballot boxes with high levels of participation. That's what was stated. And also with the reduction of litigation, which is something very generalized in our electoral processes. And it seems that there is a direct relationship between the use of e-ballot boxes because it offers higher certainty. We have also talked about reduced times, and it includes other savings of PREP or fast counts. And with the generalized use of e-ballot boxes, these could be instruments that could save time and money. And they have been implemented in various places. And we also know that there are some electoral districts that are far away, except for Mexico City, where we have a model that's totally different. And also, we've heard about the case of Mexico City, of how this evolution has taken place, not only in the creation of new generations of e-ballot boxes, but also an evolution towards internet voting. And in Mexico City, we have seen its use and how they have taken this step forward. We also heard about the required stages to be able to implement e-voting, the investigation, pilot programs, design of prototypes, etc. But we have also talked about how there are already pilot programs of Jalisco. There are some city halls that 100% have participated in these pilot programs, not only in constitutional elections, but also in by-elections. And I think this, in general terms, talks about the advantages and disadvantages. And we've heard about the pilot programs with education institutions, with political parties, with unions, with citizen participation, etc. So now let's specifically talk about the challenges. Obviously, there is resistance. Lidio was talking about Champoton, municipality where they rejected it in one of the voting centers. There is distrust. We must remember that our electoral system has been built based on distrust, and the e-ballot box generates distrust in various sectors of the population. So we do have a challenge of information. We also have confusion regarding what internet voting is and the use of e-ballot boxes. These are two different things. The logistics are different in each of these, but we also have to inform on this. There is no standardized, clear regulation, not even from the regulatory framework, but also from how they should be produced, what they should have, and not necessarily the procedure itself, which is not standardized either. We have also talked about the high cost of purchasing. That was one of the reasons why Mexico City put a stop to the program of e-ballot boxes and even destroyed the e-ballot boxes, if I understood correctly. We also heard about the logistics needed, which are different from the logistics that we need to follow in traditional paper ballot voting. And these also entail various costs. You need specialized staff in warehouses, and that maybe votes are not guaranteed regarding their secrecy, etc. So I think that in this discussion, we have considered all these elements, and our forum is precisely about possibilities and challenges for its instrumentation in Mexico. So I hope I have been loyal as possible to the ideas you shared. And once again, I want to say thank you to our panelists and thank you for sharing these topics with us. So here are the questions. Just like we agreed, I will ask all the questions at once, and then I will kindly ask you to answer these questions in the same order that you made your interventions. You will have a maximum of 3 minutes to answer the questions. And if you already answered one specific question, just skip it because we do have very general questions and specific ones. So here are the questions. With the use of e-ballot boxes, do you have to have a printed electoral list? Question 2, what is the cost of maintenance of the e-ballot boxes and what is their shelf life? Do you consider it pertinent that in Mexico we should develop just one model of e-ballot boxes for local elections and federal elections? Next question, how would you train somebody who is voting for the very first time in one of these ballot boxes? Where or in what amounts is it cheaper to use e-ballot boxes compared to traditional voting? What strategies are you adopting to create trust in this modality? Do you have any experience regarding damage of equipment after being used? Is there a percentage of this equipment being damaged? And what is the main challenge for the implementation of e-voting? All of you already shared some challenges, and here you will have to talk about your main challenge. So these are the questions. So I am going to request Lidio, President Counselor for Electoral Matters in the state of Campeche. The floor is yours for up to 3 minutes. Thank you very much. In the citizen participation activities that we have carried out, we have not used an electoral roll, but in Champoton, we did have to have a list, even though the Institute did not participate directly, we did train the polling officers. The maintenance cost is minimum. We have had these machines 2005 and then 2016. And the truth is that there is no major maintenance cost. The Electoral Institute of Coahuila has come to give maintenance to our equipment. I do believe that if we do not develop one standardized model, I agree with Gabriela de Leon in the fact that, yes, we do have to have a standardized, unique criterion to follow to standardize the development of these e-ballots. Training of voters for the very first time. Well, in the case of Campeche, for citizen participation, what we do is we first of all explain how to do it. For example, we show them first of all how the e-ballot box works, how you cannot use the same code twice, and that allows them to have further trust. And then you have it done with a few people and then they go over to vote. But yes, it is very important to show them how to use the ballot box. Now, regarding savings and technological savings, I can't say, but regarding the use of paper, ink, pens, and papers, I definitely believe that there is a considerable savings. I am sure that my colleague panelists will be able to talk more about this, but if you just consider like the office supplies, you see that the savings are very big. Now, how to reduce distrust? Well, what we have already been doing, working with schools, with associations of professionals, etc., to be able to create an awareness of the use of these e-ballot boxes, the machines that we have from Coahuila, and the truth is that no equipment has been damaged. All the ones that we have been given, and what we want to do is to conquer the distrust of citizens when they cast a vote. That's all. Thank you. Thank you, President Councilor. So to follow the same order, Gabriela de Leon of the Electoral Institute of Coahuila. The floor is yours. Thank you very much. I want to say thank you to all the people who are following us on social media because your questions are very interesting. Well, first of all, the voter registry. No, we do not include it, and it's not a good idea to integrate it because this system would be too heavy. And there are other elements in the e-ballot box that are not just for voting. In the case of the ballot box for Coahuila, it is designed to not even load the voter registry on the machine. So what happens is that the voter shows up, they show their ID, they verify that this person has the right to vote in that polling station, and then we give them a barcode. And that's how they can open up their ballot. But I definitely think it should be completely separate. Now, shelf life. In the case of Coahuila, some of them have been around for more than 10 years and they're still in operation. Regarding the question, if it's just one standardized model, I have to insist that if we do not have the same exact model, we have to follow the common elements because there are many institutes that want to develop their own ballot boxes. Veracruz had a project, Nuevo León had another project. And it's so important that if we are going to invest public resources for the investigation and development of e-ballot boxes, we must have standardized elements. For example, the voter registry, that we ensure that they cannot load the voter registry on the machine, that all machines give proof of voting or don't. Whatever it is, we have to standardize it. Now, regarding the training of voters, this is a very simple machine to use. The training of those who are polling officers get trained in a couple minutes. When we talk about the savings in materials for training is very high because these machines are so easy to use. We have used them in Coahuila in decisions for the ejidos. There was, for example, a conflict in an ejido, and we participated with them through mediation, and they decided through voting using the e-ballot box. And we have also participated in indigenous elections in Chihuahua, in Tarahumara language, and we had no issues. President Councilor, thank you so much. We are out of time. I apologize. But I am sure that the coming panelists will answer any pending questions. Paula from the state of Jalisco, the floor is yours. Thank you very much, Councilor Foss. I do not want to repeat the answers that have already been shared by my colleagues that were well given regarding training, promotion, and generation of trust with this technology. I would say that for the case of Jalisco, the maintenance of equipment and updates and improvements is not a minor topic. It shouldn't be minimized. We have approximately 1,000 e-ballot boxes, and in every electoral process or every participation in which we use these machines, we have had losses. But of course, we can substitute these machines, buy new ones, And this ensures that we won't have any issues. And it hasn't been any problem. However, I do think that when we talk about buying equipment and considering that the technology of hardware and software is internally covered and our cost is regarding human resources, and with all of its maintenance, I still have to say that it's much cheaper than the traditional ballot boxes because of all the reasons we've heard about: training, office supplies, time counting, everything that we have talked about. I think it still is much, much cheaper. Now, regarding the challenges or the main challenge for the implementation of this ballot box, or if we are just going to have one standardized e-ballot box, I'm not quite sure, because as we have seen in various entities, we have seen various solutions to be able to do e-voting. For example, Coahuila has one e-ballot box where they can cast a vote. In Jalisco, it's done a little differently. The one in Coahuila does not share, the one in Jalisco does. And this is done in a very short period of time. We're talking about 3 minutes to be able to share all the information. The ballot is not permanently connected to internet. It's just a very brief period in which we share this information. So what I'm trying to say with this is that I think that the main challenge has to do with the regulation itself, with opening up the door to e-voting nationally. Because as you have seen, and I know I only have 6 seconds left for the reform of 2014 that included various functions, put a stop on the development of these technologies, and we can no longer have constitutional elections with the use of this technology. And I would say that that is the core of the challenge that we are facing. Thank you very much. Thank you very much,
Uh,
President Councilor. So following the same order, we now give the floor to Patricia of the Electoral Institute of Mexico City.
Thanks a lot again. I will answer to this comment briefly. We stopped using e-ballot boxes for some reasons already mentioned: the cost of investment, all the logistical requirements, and we migrated that to the internet voting system. Both ballot boxes and the internet electronic systems have always been audited by the National University, the Polytechnic Institute, Tec de Monterrey. We have always sought their support, but this leads to the next question: how can you guarantee that the person voting abroad is the right person? Well, again, as I mentioned, we have alternatives, mail votes and internet voting, and for that you need a registration. People voting by mail are received by mail the ballot, and in the case of internet voters, they receive a key or a code to access the system. And we have also adopted facial recognition features. We have implemented our internet voting system for our civic participation exercises. And we have a hybrid voting. It can be either done via the internet, or they can participate directly in polling stations. We have some questions as to how to guarantee that indigenous people, for example, can gain access to this type of machines. Well, they can be used in different languages for voting purposes so that they can have access. We also have features for use by people with disabilities. Finally, the question is, how can we guarantee that political parties cannot exert coercion? Well, for that, we have facial recognition features and two-step verification processes. But as long as in this country, the possibility exists that people can sell their vote for 500 pesos, as long as that exists, electoral bodies or organizations will hardly be able to deal with these type of situations, because you would have to be next to the persons all day long to see when they vote and how they vote. That's not our job. We need to contribute or to political culture where people know that they have to defend their votes because that's part of their democratic duties. In the case of e-voting, either via the internet or other means, have the challenge faced by electoral bodies. Trust. I mean, as long as trust is not there, all our actions will be questioned. But that has only led to the enhancement of encrypting and security processes of electoral processes, including data protection, which has allowed us to have a stronger and robust system, which is at least the case of our institute, because we have worked hard to protect these systems, especially when it comes to internet voting. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, President. And finally, Mr. Moises, the President of the Civic Participation and Electoral Institute of Yucatan, you have the floor. I believe that all of the questions have been virtually answered. However, I believe that we can share some thoughts on this. And I would also like to take advantage of the opportunity to share some strategies that could be potentially implemented. I believe that we cannot overlook, especially if we look into the future, we cannot overlook the fact that in New Year's, we will have new voters. And these new voters are 8 years of age today. And these children who are 8 years old now or a little older, obviously have a life system and that revolves around electronic means. That's a discussion we cannot avoid. It would seem like electoral institutions are kind of behind when it comes to this discussion. As a matter of fact, as the director of the Mexico City Institute just mentioned, we should not limit ourselves to the use of e-ballot boxes. I mean, we should start exploring the possibility of remote voting, including internet voting. And that's one point. And on trust or distrust, I believe that given the changes occurring in generations of voters, we need to understand that there's a use to digital means that we will have to implement civic education campaigns to increase the use of electronic ballot boxes and electronic devices so that they can use them without distrust. Today, I believe that we can continue to talk about the importance of the use of ballot boxes. But in the short term, I believe that the hybrid system must still prevail or must be maintained. There are generations that still distrust e-ballot boxes, while others trust these systems fully. The same happens with the political parties because there's a significant sector that has this distrust. When it comes to costs, I understand these challenges, and we have heard about experiences from Jalisco and Coahuila that have made more progress in this regard. The same applies to Mexico, the Mexico City Institute, but others like ours do not have the funds required to invest in a large number of ballot boxes or devices. That's why I talked about the possibility of establishing regional partnerships between different electoral institutes to study and, if applicable, develop these devices. Thanks a lot. Just in time. Great. I want to thank each and all of you for that because you stuck to your time limits. And thank you for bringing to the table these issues in this session on e-voting mechanisms in Mexico as part of a forum, e-voting possibilities and challenges for its implementation in Mexico. I want to thank you again for your participation. And I would also like to thank all the different participants in this forum. Thank you for your questions also, and the forum will continue. Thanks a lot. That's the end of this session. Thank you. The National Electoral Institute wants to thank each of the participants in this panel. We'll have a brief break and we'll be back with the panelists, implementation of evolving perspectives from national political parties. We'll be right back.
Gracias por seguir la transmisión del foro.
Thanks for following the live stream on the forum evolving challenges for its implementation in Mexico, perspectives of political parties. That's the title of this panel, and we want to thank Adriana Favela, an electoral counselor of the National Electoral Institute. You have the floor. Thank you, Julieta, for this introduction, and so welcome to this forum entitled E-Voting Possibilities and Challenges for its Implementation in Mexico. And in this particular case, we're talking about the perspectives of political parties in Mexico. And that's why this morning we're glad to have representatives of political parties or parliamentarian groups. We have Mr. Coronado from National Action Party, Mr. Marin from the PRI, Deputy Pedro Vasquez Gonzalez from the Labor Party, Karen Cantelejon Trujillo from the Green Ecological Party in Mexico, Deputy Ivan Ortega Pacheco from Movimiento Ciudadano, Agustin Hernandez Perez from Morena. And in a few moments, we will be joined by Manuel Fossi Perez from the Democratic Revolution Party. And well, let's start with this panel. And also, I would like to highlight that the implementation of e-voting systems in Mexico is something really important, because obviously we're talking about the challenge when it comes to political parties and society in general, but especially for the electoral authorities locally and the National Electoral Institute. In Mexico, we have already used e-voting systems in our national territory through the deployment of e-ballot boxes. We have also used internet voting for Mexicans residing abroad in federal and local elections with binding purposes. We're talking about the elections of 2020, local elections where we used 94 e-ballot boxes, 54 in the state of Coahuila and 40 in the state of Hidalgo. And also in the concurrent elections of 2021, we used 100 e-ballot boxes, 50 in Coahuila and 50 in Jalisco. In elections in 2022, local elections also, we used 100 e-ballot boxes, 50 in Aguascalientes and 50 in Tamaulipas. As regards internet voting, its implementation has become a reality for Mexicans residing abroad. And it has been implemented for local elections in 2021 and 2022. And an important figure is that for each voter that selected voting by mail, two for each one of them choosing to vote by mail, two decided to vote remotely. And soon we will be able to offer or provide voting possibilities in consulates abroad. And many people prefer to use e-voting, and in 2022, 63% of voters chose to vote electronically abroad, which means that most of the people voting abroad prefer the electronic modality, and I believe that that's the reason why we need to discuss it further. Obviously, this possibility of voting electronically has lots of benefits. And because we, for example, can mention the fact that it's no longer necessary to print paper ballots so that people can vote differently. Now, these figures show that the INE has taken the first steps for the adoption of these new e-voting systems. In the case of a national territory, we also need to know the opinions of political parties in electoral processes. And again, for that, we have the presence of counselors or advisors from the different political parties that are part of the General Council of INE. I'll give the floor to each of them. And I want to remind you that you only have 5 minutes per intervention. And at the end of each intervention, excuse me, at the end of all the interventions, we'll have 25 minutes for a Q&A, where each speaker will have as much as 3 minutes to respond to these questions. So if you allow me, I want to give the floor for 5 minutes to Mr. Humberto Aguilar Coronado. Go ahead, please. Thanks a lot, Councilor Favela. It's a pleasure to be able to say hi to my fellow lawmakers and everybody here. I commend you for this initiative led by Councilor Humphrey, together with the INE team. Throughout the week, we have been able to listen to a large group of experts that generously shared their expertise and their knowledge around the topic in question. We have seen that the electronic voting systems have followed a road full of ups and downs and setbacks, but also success stories like in Brazil. However, in countries like the Netherlands and Germany, they have stopped their use for several reasons. All the different presentations have something in common. Technology provides a highly reliable solutions to put on the discussion table the feasibility of implementing these functions. Everybody agrees overwhelmingly that no system is 100% safe, and that the level of security and the efficiency of votes depends on the rigorousness in the implementation of any mechanisms, understanding that each of them involves technological challenges. After days of intense learning, it is clear and now that it is possible to implement these systems in our electoral processes, that there are different technological solutions that can provide a sufficient level of reliability to maintain the right to vote under the principles of secrecy, universalness, and integrity. But reliability doesn't mean there is a immediate or automatic trust. The Mexican electoral system is built on this trust. Even since the political reform of 1977 all the way to the constitutional reform of 2014, the common thread of legislative efforts has been that of distrust among political parties, distrust of commitment and action by other political forces, distrust in the intervention of governments, distrust in the electoral use of private resources, distrust in the mobilization of organizations and unions, distrust in the undue intervention of trainers and or public local bodies. And today, unfortunately, that we have some level of distrust and even fear of involvement of organized crime and their money. This distrust, this vision is the main fear given the actions of forces other than popular will. And that has been one of the obstacles when it comes to these implementations. What we have heard in this regard is that the key to move forward in the implementation of these systems requires political agreements and civic trust. That's why at the National Action Party, we believe that e-voting should bet on a gradual adoption of these systems with a long-term vision that combines three characteristics. First, clarity in the definition and identification of the problem or the circumstances that we want to address. Number two, the identification of individuals and social groups that would benefit from the use of this technology. Number three, the consolidation of the strategy to build trust through the replication of pilot projects implemented by INE. At the PAN, we understand that these technologies are available and that we have experts duly trained for the development of highly reliable processes. We have it clear that rushing in this implementation without addressing these distrust issues and without developing or creating or reaching a solid consensus can lead to a democratic crisis greater than any other we have lived in our system. We are truly convinced that the consensus will only be possible to the extent that the results of these exercises implemented by INE result in higher levels of civic trust that allow us to explore the possibility of using these instruments for the expansion of solutions in areas that involve conflicts or aspects that will bolster the credibility of elections by consolidating the definitive results. The political environment of our Mexico today, which is loaded by furious attacks against the local referee and political opponents, is only a bad stage that will soon become history. Instead, The institutional robustness expressed in exercises like these give us hope and trust in the sense that in the future, we will be materializing the changes demanded by reality and these new times. Thank you. Thanks a lot, Mr. Aguilar. Next, we have Carlos Ramirez Marin from the PRI political party. Go ahead, please. Thank you a lot. Thanks a lot, Councillor Favela. I commend you for this event. Thank you for allowing us to share our opinion and our good wishes when it comes to the progress of democracy in Mexico, the autonomy of the Mexican electoral system, and the body responsible for organizing and operating as a referee in elections is the result of a need for reliability and trust in results. This is what the different reforms in our electoral systems sought: trust and credibility. However, this democratic imperative, the imperative of trust, has brought along with it the problem of the high costs involved in organizing elections in Mexico. We distrust everything. We do not trust anything, and therefore building a trust means paying more. To date, we haven't been able to overcome this formula. Increased confidence or trust comes at the expense of spending more. I mean, that means we need money to sustain electoral bodies in the country, having impartial observers, plus all the different procedures, control and mechanisms for oversight. And the more you do about it, the higher the cost required for the sake of reliability and credibility. At these crossroads were the lower cost of elections, the lower the level of certainty has not necessarily been true all along the way, but it is relatively false in our opinion, and therefore, at least it can be overcome. Today, we should open up to the adoption of technologies to receive, record, and count votes and transmit results. That is complex from a technological standpoint, but it's feasible under the premise that certainty cannot be and should not be a sacrifice or compromise. We should start by not creating a political problem, the problem of distrust. And that has to do with a problem that relies on strictly technical solutions. And again, the premise of certainty depends on the quality of the technology we use, as well as the capacity to implement and develop a 100% efficient system. Trust depends on politics, and that's where we need to work. We need to trust these technologies and bet on a technological approach or strategy that gives more certainty to elections at a lower cost. An eventual implementation of e-voting systems would allow for budgetary savings, even though initially it would require a significant investment in infrastructure, which is what we have to ponder, especially taking into consideration an important aspect: the degree and the quality of expansion of connectivity, internet connectivity in our country. Let's think about this trend towards environmentally friendly election processes, paper-free, and with the development and design of e-ballot boxes, but that would also lower the cost when it comes to field work and training, and not to mention about not having the need for a PREP. In addition to the benefits of the simplification of training for polling station officers to agilize vote counting in polling stations and the transmission of results. I mean, in electoral processes, we would have more reliable results, which would increase the level of participation of citizens, because we would have more agility from a procedural standpoint and less litigation. However, it's still necessary to take into account the unequal conditions when it comes to the expansion of internet access in Mexico. This factor cannot be ignored by the legislative, but we shouldn't overlook the fact that the ultimate objective should be to take advantage of technological resources available to preserve and reinforce certainty in elections, and at the same time facilitate the work of polling station officers so that they can count votes and transmit results more accurately and agilely. We have to ask ourselves if we could replace our current system with e-voting systems 100%. I personally believe that we don't have the financial or technological conditions for that. Another risk is that of potential hacker attacks or cyber attacks, which is a risk. Advantages increased accessibility by citizens, avoiding the annulment of votes by errors, guaranteeing the secrecy of suffrage. If necessary, printed ballots can be gathered in municipal and district regions. Another advantage is that it reduces the possibility of human errors and recording and counting of votes by political parties, reducing tensions of automatic operations in vote counting. So that means that the voting systems have advantages that are undeniable and that reducing the possibility of error. Let's look into the future. Thank you for your intervention. I was asking if we already have a colleague from PRD. They tell me that the person is not here. Next, we have the turn of lawmaker Pedro Vasquez Gonzalez from the Labour Party. Go ahead, Mr. Pedro. Thank you, Councillor. Good morning, colleagues. On behalf of my political party, the Labour Party, I would like to thank you for the invitation to participate in this forum on the possibilities and challenges for the implementation in Mexico of e-voting. The Labour Party parliamentarian group proposes as part of their electoral reform bill, the amendment of Article 35 of our Constitution with the purpose of implementing e-voting in order to make our electoral system more efficient. In recent years, better said, in more than 3 federal processes and a large number of local processes, we have used a representative sample of e-voting with e-ballot boxes and, in combination with mail voting. I mean, these are viable alternatives to increase the efficiency of electoral processes with sustainable democracy, as mechanisms that involve the use of IT technologies and communication technologies known as ICTs. Electronic voting has proven a viable resource for the integration of systems for the recording, transmission, or counting of votes in elections. The proposal of our group suggests and proposes debates around e-voting, a mechanism that is still at the center of discussion, with the positions that may be contrary regarding its efficacy and viability. In these positions that may be different, we have those on one hand that believe that e-voting systems question the certainty of electoral processes. But there are other voices that do not believe in ICT technologies and therefore believe that the infrastructure available is not enough or sufficient for its implementation, and the progressive or our interpretation is consistent with different opinions made by the PT, which point to the importance and impact in terms of cost benefit, agility, certainty, lawlessness, and of course, sustainability in these mechanisms. It is rather obvious that the use and implementation of technological advancements would have a significant impact on our everyday lives, as well as on our electoral lives. Just to mention a few benefits of e-voting and e-ballot boxes, we consider that it's an environmentally friendly system due to paper savings. It would eliminate the PREP and rapid counting systems. We would be able to release immediate accurate results, and reduction of use of human resources due to its audit mechanisms. With the security features, it guarantees the lawfulness by jurisdictional authorities in case of challenges. The voting process would be more agile, and the same would apply to the counting of results. Since we will have a more agile process for voting, we would increase the possibility of access for citizens via internet voting. We would be able to better prevent fraud in polling stations by reducing the intervention of humans. It would also increase the accessibility of voting for voters with visual and hearing impairments. It increases the possibility of using interfaces with the use of dialects or indigenous languages. These are some of the many benefits that we would obtain by implementing e-voting systems and e-ballot boxes, which is legal because it doesn't violate the guiding principles of electoral functions or the characteristics of votes. Taking into account that jurisdictional courts have validated the use of e-ballot boxes to reinforce the right to vote. Thus, the Labour Party proposes the amendment of Article 35 in the Constitution, considering that its aim is to achieve a greater purposes to make our electoral systems more efficient. To wrap up, Councillor, it's essential to mention that our initiative seeks its implementation, although it should be gradual. We suggest a transitory phase so that in off elections in 2027, the INE can use a large scale sample for the implementation of e-voting. And after that election, it should release a report on the results of this exercise for further analysis with the aim of studying its feasibility and certainty for permanent implementation. That's basically all I have to say, Councillor Favela. Thank you, Doctor.
Ya cedería el uso de la voz a
Thank you
la
very much. We are now going to give the floor to Karen Curillo, who is of Partido Ecologista. Then we will have Yvonne Ortega Pacheco and then Cesar Hernandez. And we are also expecting the congressman of PRD to be able to connect to this session. So the floor is yours, Congress lady. Thank you all very much. It's a great pleasure to be able to greet you. I am happy to greet all the citizens who are with us today, as well as the political party representatives who are speakers. I also want to express my gratitude to Carla Humphrey for organizing this dialogue, as well as Lorenzo Cordova, who I kindly greet, who has been in previous sessions. This event is so important because we know that technology is part of our lives and it's having an effect on our democracy. I want to acknowledge all the national and international participants, as well as faculty participating with us and contributing in these sessions, because the development of this forum has given us amazing experience and knowledge regarding the progress in technology for these topics in elections for Mexicans. E-voting in our country has been implemented through e-ballot boxes in some local elections, but also recently through distance voting. In the case of Mexicans living abroad, it is now a reality that has proven to be an ideal way so that our co-nationals can cast their votes in a different way than the traditional manner. And little by little, we have to accept this in a globalized world because, like I said, technology and internet already have a very important role. It has also been proven that e-voting meets all the international standards that make it a safe, efficient modality and offers certainty to citizens as well as political stakeholders. El Partido Verde is also aware that the road for its implementation nationally, in person or distance, still has a long road to go down. However, we do believe we are taking the right steps forward because some local legislations are already using it, and the actions of INE through pilot programs with binding instruments that have been backed up by the jurisdictional authority allow us to have in the future the necessary technological mechanisms for e-voting and to ensure that this can be 100% reliable for our citizens. We also want to be a country in which democracy and the right to cast a vote is guaranteed through all necessary means, where the lawfulness, where transparency and certainty can be our guide in guaranteeing that all Mexicans can vote. Another aspect that is very relevant is the dissemination, because this has played and will play an important role with transparency for each process or mechanism implemented for e-voting. Let's remember that our democracy and our authorities follow the pillar of informing citizens regarding actions taking place, and also those activities that have to do with exerting our political electoral rights. That is why Partido Verde is backing up the proposals that will best be meeting the needs of the society. And we also have to say that they be addressed to guarantee electoral rights of citizens. We are sure that the implementation of e-voting in any of its modality will be of success. And we also consider will be well received by all the political stakeholders and citizens. We consider that it's necessary to go ahead and begin. And then we will have to perfect it and to be able to have all the necessary tools. But with no doubt, we need to begin down this path for the well being of all our Mexicans. Thank you all very much for this opportunity. I am here to serve you, and I will be glad to answer any questions you may have. Thank you very much, our dear Congress Lady Karen. Thank you very much for your intervention. So we now give the floor to Yvonne Ortega Pacheco, who is of the political party of Movimiento Ciudadano. Thank you very much, Pavela. Thank you for being our moderator. I apologize. I have a sore throat, but I hope you can understand me okay. We are going down a digital world. Like right now, we are all connected digitally. We have been going forward in digital ways, in showbiz, in financial services, in government. All of us have been going towards digital. And I think that the electoral system in Mexico should not be left behind. And I have been reading the remarks of those watching us. And what frequently is shared is that they have distrust in e-voting. So the challenge here would be to offer the confidence that INE has given us. INE is all of us. INE is not just made up by the councilors or those who represent the political parties. INE is every single Mexican, every polling officer, every voter, all the citizens that are participating, candidates. We are all INE, and we have been able to earn that confidence. So how do we share this trust and transfer it to e-voting, which I think is very important for Mexico, because what we want to do in Movimiento Ciudadano is to protect our environment. And if we do e-voting, we wouldn't be using so much paper, plastic, and ink, as well as all the other elements that we use in the election. That's why I think that this discussion is wonderful, and we are digitally open to many more people and that can ask us questions and generate the confidence in citizens like we have in INE and like we have in the tax department. The tax department is going towards an electronic signature, so I think we should go towards an electronic vote. In Movimiento Ciudadano, we do think we should follow those options that allow us to protect the environment, but allowing us to ensure that we have transparency and certainty. And how do we do this? Through the use of good technologies that may be expensive, but that can guarantee that they cannot be hacked or what causes distrust among our citizens. We need it to be completely transparent, just like INE, and give certainty. If we are able to involve them as well, I think that e-voting will have an amazing future for our country. Thank you very much, Councillor Favela.
Gracias, querida.
Thank you very,
¿Sí me escucha, verdad?
thank you very much.
Sí. Ahora sería el turno del.
So now it's the turn of Cesar Agustin Hernandez Perez from the political party Morena. Thank you. First of all, I want to say thank you to Carla Humphrey to participate in this forum. I also want to greet Adriana Favela, who is moderating this discussion, as well as each and every one of the participants, counselors, speakers. Also, I want to say thank you and greet all the citizens who are watching us on social media. I'm going to begin by making a reference to what Manuel Lopez Obrador talked about on April 28th of this year, where he says that we should reform 18 articles of the Constitution of Mexico, as well as 9 transition articles. And it includes e-voting. It's in the last paragraph of Article 35 of this federal law. The initiative proposes that to facilitate citizen participation in election and popular referendums, as well as recall processes, we can take advantage of technology and communication to be much more accessible. The great majority of costs of democracy are directly related to the security with the setup of polling stations, with printing ballots, as well as all the paper used for the elections. According to the specialized doctrine, e-voting is a mechanism of election where you use electronic means or any type of technology in the various stages of elections. And it follows the assumption that casting a vote is done with the use of an electronic. It is estimated to have more than 95 million Mexicans that can vote. That is why this number will be replicated in the printing of ballots for all elections. Imagine the savings we could have through e-voting. For example, the total cost of printed ballots for the recall referendum of April 10th, considering that they had to print more than 94 million of these ballots. So it represents millions and millions of pesos. With no doubt, e-voting is a way to reduce costs and to have full results the day of the election. This is impossible if we follow the traditional model of hand counting. It also allows for people to vote no matter where they are in the world, and to give migrants the possibility to vote, or travelers the possibility to vote, peoples with disabilities, and it can favor people in rural areas that are remote. And it also contributes to environmental sustainability. According to the studies of Coahuila of 2016 and 2017, showed us that there are ecological harm because kilograms and kilograms and trees were used, as well as landfills being cluttered up with all this waste and thousands of liters of water. The use of e-vote could offer us considerable savings to protect our planet, and this is very important. Obviously, we must guarantee private data to identify the data of the voter as well as the polling station. And of course, we have to have traceability of all the information of the votes. This reform will allow us to have are activities in cybersecurity that are necessary. In this technological revolution, we have gone through an historical process through a series of changes that have created an era of innovation and progress. And we have to take advantage of this, of course, making sure that we implement sophisticated models of encryption to protect the privacy and integrity of the votes. In Morena, we consider that the best way to go towards an electoral model of austerity is through e-voting that is already being used in countries like Germany, Switzerland, Canada, Brazil, and France. In Mexico, the state of Coahuila was the first one to use e-ballot boxes. Technology has continued to evolve, and the modernization of our democracy is a goal that we must follow, ensuring certainty, legality, and transparency in voting to guarantee the rights of all Mexicans and to ensure that we do not destabilize the system. Innovation can strengthen the way we practice democracy. However, what's most important to improve, go forward, and to perfect our democracy is not only the use of technology, but also that those stakeholders that participate are truly committed to the country. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Cesar Hernandez. Thank you all for your interventions. I think that all interventions have been very enriching. We have different positions that I could summarize in the sense that I truly believe that political parties agree with the fact that we have to perform trials in e-voting, but I think the main concern of all of us in this event is to make sure that they all have the necessary encrypting to avoid hacking and to have very clear rules to make sure that the person who has the right to vote is the one voting. And also, if there is a result to be contested, to have the confidence that we have mechanisms to truly verify that votes were given for a certain candidate and to know exactly what numbers there were. So these are the end of the presentations, and I have received many questions. I want to say thank you for the interest of this forum, as well as all the people who follow us on YouTube. There are many questions, which are, how are you going to have electoral observation with e-ballot boxes on behalf of political parties? We must remember that e-ballot boxes are set up in the polling stations. So you have the representatives there. What activities will political parties do to create an awareness of e-voting among citizens? What is the role of civic education so people can become familiar with this form of voting? I will give you each the floor so you can answer these questions. But I do want to say something that catches my attention. The great majority of us perform transactions through mobile apps. And with our bank services, we receive bank transfers through these devices. And I think that there is further confidence in them. And you do not necessarily have to see things materially, but through mechanisms, we do have this confidence. And I think that the truth is that we must think about having this mechanism of e-voting, internet voting, as soon as possible, because something that we have learned from this COVID-19 pandemic is that circumstances change overnight in the whole world. And what would have happened if we hadn't had the possibility of setting up polling stations in 2021? Well, then we would have had to have elections electronically through internet voting. We should also remember how in 2020, when we began with the pandemic, and the months after that, we had to suspend elections in Coahuila and Hidalgo to not force a higher number of contagions because we didn't know what the situation was. So we had to postpone elections for many months. However, as a counselor and Mexican citizen, what is clear to me is that elections cannot be suspended. And we could not run the risk that because we have a pandemic or a complicated situation to not be able to renew the positions of public positions. So I think the pandemic has made us think about this. It would also be good that all the national political parties and the people who are listening to us, especially those that can vote abroad, could also participate in the pilot programs where you can see that you can vote in less than a minute with a series of locks that are very important. So I just wanted to share these ideas. Okay, so those were the questions. How do you do observation when you have e-voting? What activities are political parties doing to create an awareness of e-voting among citizens? And what is the role of civic education so citizens can become more familiar with these types of voting? So we will follow the same order that you presented to answer the questions. So we will begin with our representative from the Partido de Acción Nacional, Marco Humberto. For some reason, I cannot turn on my video, but I hope you can hear me okay. Okay, so how would observation take place? Well, I think it would be very similar to what already is done in the various polling stations. You have to have an accreditation through your INE card. And I think civic education is fundamental here so that everybody can be familiarized with the use of this technology. In the case of the Netherlands, where they use this system for so many years, a citizen organization performed an audit and they had to take steps backward because they proved that these machines could be hacked. I stated it in my initial intervention. If we have built our electoral system, our judicial system based on distrust, and I also stated this in a meeting of INE, we have been closing this gap. And we cannot risk the fact that the instrumentation of e-ballot boxes to receive votes could be subject of any doubt on behalf of political parties or citizen organizations. I believe that we must continue this line of work so that it can become viable. And maybe you remember this when we began with ATMs. There was a lot of distrust on behalf of the citizens to use these, and many people would prefer to get in line in a bank instead of using the ATM. So I truly believe that we will be able to accomplish the trust among our citizens, that we will have the necessary civic education, as well as the civil society organizations that are interested in the instrumentation of these devices. Of course, technologies go forward and it allows us to have the protection that we need to make sure that no cybernetic raccoon sneaks in there. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your answers to the question. Now it's Jorge Carlos, the senator for Priest term. Thank you very much, Councillor Favela. Thank you and congratulations for this opportunity. This is a really complex topic. How would observation take place? Well, I think it would be much more complex than just showing up and observing. I think it would be much more complex I think we would have to have a specialized audit and performed in real time. The work that we would have to do to promote participation and culture of digital democracy would have to go hand in hand. And it's not an easy task. You were sharing the example of banking operations. In 2021, for example, the total claims before Conducef because of digital banking frauds were 252,000 approximately. In just 1 year, more than 250,000. So I know this because of CONACYT and because of the work we are doing with them for a cybersecurity law. That in Mexico, there is more than 1 million cyber attacks on a daily basis, and they are attacking state institutions. Imagine the appetite that would be awakened with a digital election. That's why we must bet on gradual implementation, because if we just see the 5G coverage and the problems the company has had in offering internet coverage, to know that it would be very unfair to create a new gap in which some will have digital democracy and others won't. I think the first step is the generalization of the e-ballot box. And it's a little different to the total digitalization, but it's a first step and first signs of trust in technology. Of one thing I am completely sure of, we must take this step. Just like before we weren't stopped with the forges of the INE card, well, it shouldn't stop us of having frauds. We must find the way to avoid it. This scenario is completely different. It's not the same thing to go to Conducef and ask for your money to be given back to you than to go at 1 p.m. and have a hacker announcing that he or she has infected the whole electoral system in Yucatan or nationally. The consequences could be catastrophic in the face of very close competitions or where we see violence or interference of foreign parties. Yes, I want to go forward and we should promote it as political parties. However, we should be very, very cautious with security. Training, I think it's amazing. I don't think we should have to spend so much money in training like we have already done. To the contrary, implement better systems, digitally speaking, like we are doing now. Thank you very much, Mr. Senator, for answering the questions. I don't know if Pedro Vasquez of Partido del Trabajo has been able to join us. Yes, there he is. Okay. Pedro, the floor is yours. You have up to 3 minutes. I think your microphone is muted and we cannot hear you. Thank you very much for the questions posed. I think they have to do with the series of concerns of situations that little by little and gradually be dealt with. We have questions, we have concerns, and that's why we're sitting down to talk about this. We are in 2022 and we are talking about the possibility of a constitutional reform to include e-ballot boxes and e-voting. We think that in our first phase, we can implement it. So let's all see how, if the reform goes forward, to continue promoting these ideas. We always have to have electoral observation in local elections or federal elections. We have to continue promoting the participation of Mexicans as well as observers of other countries that are interested in our processes. We will find the procedures once approved so that we do not rescind this observation. So what mechanisms and methods are we going to use? I think it's part of the debate and the discussion. If we talk about civic education, well, the process has always been complex, but I believe that today we have IT tools that allow us to reach higher sectors of the population and more sectors of the population through, for example, youth. And I think through national and local bodies, we can have an intense campaign of guidance addressed not only at the society at large, but also addressed to universities, high schools. You could even begin in middle schools by promoting these campaigns of civic education, promoting the participation of civil society, of chambers, as well as political parties who would also have a very relevant role with the use of our time on radio and television and the access that we have through media and of digital media to be able to intensify the information sharing if approved. I think that as a society, there are groups who are interested in promoting these types of technologies and new ways of participation, and we must take advantage of them. That is my opinion. Thank you. Thank you very much, Congressman Pedro Vasquez, for your answers to these questions posed. And before I give the floor to the next speaker, I want to mention that Carla Humphrey is with us. She is the promoter of this event. Thank you so much, Carla. And as you know, we have been discussing this very important topic that you put on the table. So now it's the turn of our dear Congress Lady Karen Castrejón Trujillo of the political party Partido Verde Ecologista de México. Carla, it's great to see you. And just like I said, this forum is so important. And this is a topic that you have been promoting for a time now. When we talk about observation, yes, it would have to be done through the representatives of political parties, obviously changing the way in which we have been training. We would have to find the mechanisms of observation and ensure appropriate surveillance. Of course, we cannot ignore reliability and trust of our citizens. And that's how we can go forward in this democracy and implement something that is so important, such as e-voting and e-ballot boxes. I think that the pandemic has been like the first step, the first trial in using these types of platforms. And obviously, we have to go towards that coverage throughout Mexico to have internet, to have this accessibility for citizens who beforehand did not have this. And we have seen this through the various mechanisms that are taking place in technology. And it's even generational. There are generations that do not agree or that have been made seen they've been seen it as more complicated. So we must have a promotion and training, and we have been able to adapt ourselves. So I would see that the pandemic was like the first trial for this, and that I am sure that in the coming years, with all these pilot programs that we have heard about in the various states, we will be able to do it in a very appropriate way. And of course, we have to consider the type of hacking that could take place, that surely will take place. And of course, I agree with our senator that we will be vulnerable, we will be exposed. So that's why I was talking about the idea of perfecting the legislation, seeing how we can implement the locks and protections that are necessary. And as a political party, we have the obligation to work hand in hand with those people who do not understand this. That's why we have to have very clear rules. We have to have, with no doubt, training, but above all, good and appropriate dissemination, which will have a very important role. And with the media, we have to involve the media, and we have to facilitate all of this information that we can share with the citizens regarding this very important topic. Thank you very much.
Ahí no lo podía quitar el silencio. Muchísimas gracias.
I couldn't unmute my microphone, excuse me. Thank you, Karen Castrejón. Next, we have Ivonne Ortega Pacheco, a councilor of
Adelante, por favor.
representing Movimiento Ciudadano, the political party. You have the floor. Can you hear me?
No te escuchamos, diputado.
We cannot hear you.
No te escuchamos, diputada.
No, we cannot hear you.
No escuchamos. Si alguien del apoyo técnico nos pueden apoyar, por favor.
Can anybody help us?
Pues si buscan, ¿ya se contactaron con la diputada?
Is she back?
Bueno, si quieren, para darle continuidad al evento.
Okay, for the sake of time, I will give the floor. Oh, looks like she's back.
¿Sí nos escuchas, querido diputado?
Can you hear us? Yes, was a technological glitch. First of all, I would like to take advantage of this opportunity, the opportunity to participate in this important forum.
Ya dejamos de escuchar otra vez,
Mm.
diputada Ivonne.
We cannot hear you again, Yvonne.
Si alguien la apoya nuevamente, por favor.
Can anybody help her?
No se escucha.
No.
Bueno, si alguien de las personas que están aquí nos ayuda.
I don't know if anybody doing technical support here can help us.
Diputado César Hernández.
Cesar Hernandez,
Gusta, le puedo ceder el uso de la palabra para
if
que
that's okay with you,
podamos
I'll give you a floor so that you can respond. In the meantime, we'll ask the tech team to help lawmaker Ortega. I would like to take advantage of the opportunity to say hi to our friend Carla Humphrey, the counselor, for this invitation to participate in this important forum. Regarding the questions asked, they are a clear manifestation of or a clear expression of many of the concerns among the population regarding this topic. And in this regard, we should mention the following. Let me give you an example. What just happened to lawmaker Ivonne Ortega is an invitation so that, or an opportunity for reflection in the sense that if and when e-voting is implemented, we can work hard to guarantee certainty in vote counting. Along these lines, it is understandable. I mean, the fact that this is a complex issue is understandable, and we have areas to perfect our practices, and therefore electoral observation is essential and indispensable to be able to go through this transition in the most appropriate way so that citizens have the certainty that their votes were counted. From there, that we need to implement strategies, including audits, because if algorithms were modified, that we could go back to this level of uncertainty or distrust. I would also like to say that the Mexican state must perfect legislations and adapt rules and regulations as well as constitutional laws and secondary laws. And the same applies to civic education from a standpoint of civic participation. That's a must, because the different sectors of the population would have to get involved to participate so that citizens recognize the results and the efforts made. this debate for this reason is not a minor thing. It's important, and it's important to enrich it with ideas and different perspectives, especially those from political forces who should participate and contribute to satisfy these needs from a technological standpoint with a reduction of costs in democracy. By this, I mean that our democracy shouldn't be expensive. It should be more efficient. That's it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. I want to ask if lawmaker Ortega is back online. I think I saw her on the screen, but can we get some help from the organizers and the tech support team? Because I want to know if we can close this Q&A segment with her or not. Okay. Well, we have been listening to the different dissertations by national political forces. I believe that the issue in question is highly relevant, and of course we have pros and cons. Of course, it would be a lot easier. I think it would be a lot easier if we could vote over the internet because a lot of people have access to it, and that would allow us to reach many people, everyone virtually. I believe that we have a lawmaker Ortega back, but in the meantime, let me continue to share my opinions. So internet voting allows us to reach a larger number of people, but again, as one of the participants said, that type of system is prone to failure. But I mean, you need a stable connection, and in the case of internet voting, we should implement more security features. And I also believe that that could be of a great help to lower the costs of elections. The cost would result from the elimination of the need for printed documents. In Mexico, we have an obligation by law to print the required paperwork for the whole number, the entire number of voters in the voter roll. That is in addition to all the travel required to train polling station officers and electoral authorities all throughout the country, because it's not only one training, they need two trainings. So it would be of great help. But that brings me back again to many of the things shared by you, like making sure that there are no circumstances that could jeopardize the certainty of electoral results. And also what Jorge Carlos Ramirez Marin said, in the sense that in Mexico and in most countries in the world, there is a problem related to cyber attacks and cyber fraud, among other things. But I believe that the most important and interesting here is to start this discussion analyzing its pros and cons. But between all, we should seek a better solution. Is lawmaker Ortega back? And if she's back, can she share her opinions or her response to the questions in the Q&A? If you can hear me, Yvonne, can you open your mic? She says this, talking about technologies, there is something in my connection or my network that prevents me from hearing you. We cannot hear you either. I want to apologize to the participants for that. Thank you, Yvonne. If there are no further comments, as I mentioned earlier, the most important thing is to engage in this highly relevant topic discussion around electronic voting, its challenges, the challenges for its implementation in Mexico. So we heard many things in these presentations. We heard perspectives of national political parties. And in general, we can conclude that all of them are in favor of doing this transition into electronic voting, but as long as certain requirements are met, especially in Mexico, where we have had to develop an electoral system on the basis of distrust and lack of credibility regarding electoral results. I believe that we're now at the stage where people believe that are convinced that the results are reliable and they can be audited at any time. So now we have to incorporate e-voting systems, but without losing these mechanisms we already have in place in Mexico. Thanks to the work done by the previous IFE, which is now the INE, and the local electoral bodies in Mexico, as well as the work of electoral courts locally, and the higher electoral court of the federation. Thank you for joining us in this event. Thank you, Carla, for this invitation to participate. Thanks to the more than 160 persons following us on YouTube. We read all your comments. All of them are respectable and commendable because precisely what we seek here is democratic participation. And as one of the great philosophers said, we may not agree with everything we say, but I would give my life for your right to express your opinions. So thank you. Thanks to the organizers of the event. And let's continue with this event. Have a great afternoon. Thank you. The National Electoral Institute wants to thank each and all of the participants in this panel for their presence. We'll take a break and we'll come back with the conclusions on this forum. Thank you. We'll be right back.
Gracias por seguir.
Thank you very much for following the streaming of e-voting possibilities and challenges for its instrumentation in Mexico. We are now going towards the conclusions of this forum. We are going to give the floor to Sergio Bernal Rojas. Thank you all very much for all of the participants in this forum. First of all, I want to say thank you to all the people who have been with us in this forum with your opinions, comments, and questions. Thank you to the panelists for sharing your valuable experience in Mexico and abroad. For example, Estonia, Brazil, India, and in Mexico, and of local public organizations, political parties, as well as specialists who have contributed so much and allow us for an analysis with experiences to be able to enrich this discussion in our country. Today, in this panel for the conclusions, I want to say thank you to the President Councilor Lorenzo Cordova, our Councilor Carla Humphrey, as well as Claudia Zavala, our Councilor, and Adriana Pavela, Councilor. It's a pleasure to greet you. And of course, Jaime Rivera, our Councilor as well. Throughout this week, we have listened to various opinions. And before we go towards the conclusions, I want to say the following. Something that we have been able to see in the explanations received is that e-voting is not just to substitute a paper ballot or to mark a voting ID. We're talking about maintaining certainty in the electoral system. Likewise, it's not just an e-ballot box, but we also have internet voting. And those countries where they have been doing e-voting, as well as Mexico, to be able to include citizens, and that you can allow voting in not just one day in a specific area and a specific time to exert political rights. The times and context of each country is different. To share another example, in England, in the United Kingdom, they did the Brexit consultation, and when they didn't get immediate results, there wasn't a conflict. But in other places, since they want to have the results of a consultation, are determining to offer certainty when communication is needed for the transparency of these activities. So this allows us to close gaps of traditional and new. But I insist this takes time, this is gradual. But there are elements that can offer us more information. So our panels today will have 7 minutes to make your conclusions. So without further ado, I give the floor to Carla Humphrey, our electoral counselor. Thank you very much, Mr. Bernal. First of all, I want to say thank you to all the members of INE who made this event possible. Mr. Bernal, Mr. Flores, the coordination of international affairs with Mr. Carrillo, social communication, Ruben Alvarez Uzzi, to Julieta Cortez, who has been with us. I want to say thank you to all of you. Likewise, I want to say thank you to the colleagues and presidency of this institute for your valuable contributions to this event. So with this forum, the Institute shares the necessary elements and national and international experience regarding the advantages and challenges of e-voting in its different modalities. You cannot resolve a problem thinking about it in the same way it was created, Albert Einstein. The current reality of Mexico and the world has changed, so we must adapt to the new situations by guaranteeing democracy and the human rights that we all have. We must consider technology as an ally to face challenges and to resolve these challenges in the best way possible, And we must think that we have to find other ways. Traditional methods are not infallible. We have to go towards the future in new and better ways. I'm not saying that it should just all be put in hands of technology, but we should take advantage of what they offer to become more efficient. In these 4 days, various national and international experts shared through our institutional platforms their knowledge and experience and thoughts regarding e-voting, some in favor, some against, and they answered questions that were presented to them. There is no doubt that this first event has been very fruitful, not only for this institution, but for all the stakeholders and for the citizens that was able to get answers regarding e-voting and generate their own opinion regarding this topic. Up to today, we have approximately 5,000 visits of the tables that took place in days, and they are also recorded and streamed on YouTube. And I think these numbers will go up. Regarding the reflections shared, I would like to share the following. To think that there is just one manual or electronic method that is infallible is not true. That's why our electoral process is so complex. That's why we have to include so many tools and locks. The use of technology can offer benefits that will allow us to improve the activities of the electoral authorities that I think have been left behind, like the right to vote. For example, in the US, Paul de Gregorio shared that they began mechanisms so that peoples with disability could vote, or in Brazil, so that people who live in the Amazons could also vote thanks to the use of e-voting machines. So going towards an inclusive voting process. When we talk about technological tools, these have to be adapted to the social, economic, and cultural characteristics of each country. Many countries have decided to use various technological tools in successful ways. However, according to their own possibilities, these have to be implemented and using the cases of success and those that were not successful. In India, where they have more than 900 million voters, they have 1 million voting machines so that everybody can vote. Just like in Estonia, which is the only country in the world where they only vote via internet and their elections last many days. Like any new mechanism that I think is no longer that new in our country, because, for example, in India, they have been doing it for 40 years. In Brazil, with a large territory and 150 million voters, they have been using e-voting for 25 years. And the experts of Brazil said that they have had no electoral frauds because they have 30 mechanisms of security and encryption for each one of the different stages of e-voting. And also, of course, various mechanisms like biometric identification of the voters at the time they go to the polling station. There will always be opinions against and that doubt technology. That's why we always have to have a open dialogue and appropriate information so that citizens can become familiar with the implementation of these mechanisms of voting with the necessary credibility to be approved by the majority. That's why these events like today are so important to transcend in voting. For the use of technology in voting to be successful, we need gradual and progressive changes so that we can generate the optimal conditions like the case of Brazil, Estonia, and India. And that is why we must continue going forward in our trials and increasing the number of instruments or electronic ballot boxes used in the pilot programs. Electronic voting should not be used only for voting, but electronics can be used in other areas of opportunity for elections that can allow us to reduce costs and be more efficient in the use of institutional resources. In Venezuela and Brazil, they use different types of voting so that all the voters can vote. In Paraguay, they use chips in their ballots that are introduced in the e-ballot boxes. I'm saying that each mechanism is adopted to the context of the situation. With the mechanisms that we currently have, we can conclude that e-voting is safe, but that we have to meet certain aspects like analysis, risk analysis, drills, transparency in the process, among others. Because if we do not do this appropriately, we can put this mechanism at risk. So technology is not the failing. It has to do with the activities of implementation and credibility in the way it works. We saw many examples in these sessions of various countries of Latin America and the country that have reiterated the reliability of the use of these technologies, even when they have been contested. The instrumentation of e-voting has to be different to that in paper. That is why the previous table with our legislators was so important, because I think that if we want to go forward with this topic, we must have a different regulatory framework that will allow us to appropriately use these voting mechanisms to be able to go forward in the use of technologies in our electoral processes. The population in Mexico is growing as well as the voters registry. That's why we must consider various aspects. For 2024, for example, we are going to be implementing more than 300 million ballots for the 3 elections that INE is in charge of. This is not counting the rest of the elections that take place in Mexico. I think the challenge is huge, but the opportunities are as well. And we should continue working hand in hand with our electoral authorities in Mexico in the implementation of various electronic means of voting. There are 2 topics I also want to add. We have talked about e-voting, internet voting, and I think that the information is very relevant. We have an electronic ballot box that costs $2,000. In Mexico, they can go between 28 and 40,000 pesos. However, these ballot boxes can be used up to 12 years, and you can use them for federal elections, local elections, and for citizen participation processes. I think we must continue using them so that people can become familiar with their use in malls, park consultations, schools, even in elections of political parties. And I want to recognize the progress that the local public institutions have done in use of technology and digitalization of solutions. And I think a very important aspect has to do with the initial investment. And I think that in Sonora and Zacatecas, they are resolving this really well, hand in hand with their councils of innovation and technology, so that the cost of manufacturing these ballots be lower. And I think this allows us to eliminate one of the barriers. So finally, I want to conclude by saying that we must think how we can maximize the activity of the political electoral rights of all the citizens of Mexico, offering them different ways in which they can vote in a transparent and secure way with reliability in these mechanisms that are available. So I want to say thank you to all of the participants who participated in this forum, nationals and foreigners. And of course, I want to say thank you to all the colleagues who participated with us and helped us out. Thank you all very much. Carla Humphrey, thank you so much. And of course, Claudia was going to clap. So thank you very much for your participation. And you said gradual and progressive. And we have to take steps towards it's adapting. In Estonia, they have a population of 1.3 million, has 172. In Mexico, we have over 100 million. So we give the word to Jaime Rivera, who knows a lot about this. Thank you, Sergio. Good afternoon. I'm so happy to be here in this session for conclusions. For me, it has been very enriching to learn, to have more knowledge, and also to have ways of assessing e-voting in Mexico as well as in other countries. In the diversity of this forum, diversity in standpoints and experience, I think that we have been able to identify some basic ideas as well as some learnings that we must take into account. We want to take advantage of them in our steps forward in the implementation and construction of these ways of e-voting. We are building on the experience that INE already has. When we talk about the use of technology in elections, has made it easier to create stronger links in our electoral processes. For example, the creation of the voters registry, the organization and the logistics to set up polling stations, the dissemination and publication of the voting results, among many other activities that have become much more efficient thanks to the use of digital technology. The use of digital technology in casting a vote and in the tally of the votes offers opportunities of being more efficient, as well as it also presents challenges and risks that cannot be ignored. Of all the presentations in this forum and of the experiences of various countries that were included here, we can have many important takeaways according to each one of the experiences. The common learnings can be summarized in 5 points. Number 1, the modalities of e-voting can make voting easier and a quicker tally and publication of results. I would say that this may be the most concrete benefit of the use of these technologies in voting, to cast the vote and to count the vote. It makes it so much easier, and it allows us to be much faster in the time that we have to tally the results and share them. Number 2, the experience of many countries have told us that we can have very efficient devices and technologically robust, meaning that they have many security mechanisms that make them almost unviolated, to make them almost impossible to be tampered. Now, cybersecurity and technological validity are very necessary for e-voting, but these are not just enough to offer trust among all citizens and political actors. Almost all experiences are surrounded by distrust, intense levels of distrust, and sometimes even aggressive levels of distrust that don't even accept elections before they've even taken place. For the insufficient distrust of the registry of votes, as well as possible technological failures. We can mention the case of Dominican Republic of 2020, where they had to suspend the elections. These failures can cause a crisis of legitimacy of elections. And this is something that we cannot ignore. 5, costs. At least in the initial phases, the implementation of e-voting represents much higher costs than those of a traditional voting system. Aside from the initial investment, you have to consider the maintenance of the equipment, updating systems of representation. I apologize, the updating of the systems that represent additional costs that must be assessed. So all of these topics were presented in the various tables, and what I tried to do was to summarize them. And I think there are common standpoints that highlight the advantages and benefits, and of course, others talk about the difficulties or risks. On my behalf, I would like to add a cautionary remark. Internet voting does not guarantee the secrecy of votes because it takes place in an environment that is not controlled, like at a polling station with authorized staff and supervisors of political parties and observers. Just like it can occur in any environment, it can take place under individual conditions and freedom and secrecy of each voter that votes like this. There is also an exposure, and I don't know how to avoid this. There is an exposure to eventual people who have some kind of dominance over that person, electoral officers that pay people through social programs, where there's some kind of unequal authority of one person over another. On my behalf, that is all. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And yes, just like you mentioned, technology is not only used at the time of voting, but it's also used, like Carla stated, in other areas with the progress that Mexico has had regarding the identification of citizens when they cast their vote. And we can see that a fundamental part of e-voting is the identification of this person through biometric verification of that voter when they show up. And just like you mentioned, security goes hand in hand with the topic of Claudia Zavala. You were a moderator with us. And so the floor is yours. Thank you. Thank you very much, Sergio. Good afternoon to all the people following us. I greet my colleagues who are in this phase of conclusions. It's a great pleasure to greet you. Thank you all so much. So with no doubt, the conclusions shared in this forum are very enriching to include all the different perspectives and standpoints that we may have regarding e-voting. Electronic voting, the different modalities of electronic voting, etc. I just think it's very important to underline some aspects that were presented during the 7 sessions that made up this forum that have to do with security. I agree that we saw that speakers agreed on the fact that no system is 100% secure. It doesn't matter if it's a paper or electronic system. What you have to do is generate the conditions for the security of these systems. And I agree with that. Number 2, due to our tradition, the transition from one model to another must be gradual and step by step. This was also stated by many experts who participated and those who in their positions have had the possibility of working directly with e-voting. So this has to be done gradually and step by step. Why? Because this is something that I saw in the table that I moderated. It was very meaningful. Why? Because we must generate security in the use of technology for voting and for the tally of results. But we must generate a perception of security. And this perception of security is established through a communication with citizens so we can understand what risks we have been facing, the security we offer to the electronic model for the implementation of voting. And this is very important because there is a relevant coincidence here, and the coincidence is that there is security. The development of current technology does generate security to be able to guarantee the quality of both universal, secret, and direct. And this is what we can foresee and what we have. And we must also generate a process of auditing so that it can be proven. And this has to be communicated to the citizens. You have seen our councillor Jaime, who said, I do not have that certainty. And of course, we can foresee this. And the question would be, is any system infallible in forcing somebody to vote in favor or against a candidate? No, but what we have to do, we have to foresee the risks. T terms, and in the table that I moderated, the voices who spoke before me, and these were authorized voices regarding how we can generate these guarantees. Some stated at that table has to do with the audits. Of course, the system has audit certification tests, etc. Any technology we use has to be audited so they can be inspected before, during, and after to have a traceability to ensure that, first of all, the condition of the vote be secret, that there is no way we can link the vote to the voter. And also is to go back to a table that talked about building citizens to act in our activities as citizens, take on our role, and face together with this responsibility the risks as well as all the factors that are considered in exerting our rights freely. So I am completely convinced that yes, we do have have to do we meet our conditions so well, because also everybody mentioned we must consider the each moment. So we must constantly review this whole process in the activities we have carried out in INE. I was glad to witness that we have been always very cautious. As you know, we have our voting activities through e-ballot boxes, and we have also worked very hard in approaching our citizens, and citizens have responded favorably. Everything can be done, everything can be proven, everything can be audited, and we are doing it step by step, little by little. We must generate a perception of security and trust. And I think that I can summarize is the biggest challenge in a society. But that is nothing new. We are always working on this in any of our systems. To conclude, I want to express my gratitude to Carla Humphrey for organizing this forum, to put us all together as an institution to give each other feedback, because we have implemented it step by step. We continue learning. We have current debates, and our president opened this forum with these same words. And all of us are working to address the risks, but also offer the certainty needed. Thank you, Carla. Thank you to my colleagues. Thank you to the INE as an institution that allows us to talk about such relevant topics. Thank you very much, Claudia. And like you mentioned, And you talked about security and the audits that have to take place to perfect security. In the forum, they also mentioned that beyond technology, we have to minimize risk. And as a consequence, we have to perform trials. And it was also mentioned that it's not just a decision of the administrative authority, it's a complete scaffolding of the legislation, of the administrative authority, and of course of all the political elements that exist in each context and country. So I now give the floor to Adriana Favela. She moderated a table that precisely talked about this topic with the political parties. The floor is yours, Councillor Favela.
I want to thank Councillor Humphrey for the idea of holding this important forum, and thank you for bringing this important topic on the table. I was responsible for moderating the panel implementation of e-voting perspectives from national political parties. And in this case, we found that they believe that the implementation of e-voting must be gradual and slow, as mentioned by Councillor Zavala, but always guaranteeing the credibility and trust in electoral results and voting processes. That was a point of emphasis among political parties participating in the panel, with the mechanisms in place so that e-voting can be traced and verified, as Dr. Zavala said. Also, political parties highlighted the benefits of e-voting as well as its risks. Basically, what they said is this: look, in this electoral system, in this electoral system, by now, we have achieved a high level of trust. So we cannot afford to lose that credibility as a result or as a consequence of migrating into electronic voting. So they emphasized the need to transition into more environmentally friendly systems that do not involve such high costs when it comes to paper printing. And they also suggested looking at international experiences. And they also mentioned other benefits, including the swift transmission of results on election day, and having information by and by direct and in general for all elections. Also, if we have a good system, we can guarantee a good level of trust and the reduction in the challenges and litigation with faster processes. Actually, the Labour Party said that it would be necessary to implement audio voting for people with hearing impairments. But in general terms, they also said that obviously they were in favor of using technologies, but always ensuring that the system eventually adopted is not hackable, so that we can precisely guarantee the credibility of results in elections without any doubts around them. So I believe that this is an issue or a topic that we must continue to discuss. I believe that Claudia Zavala's presentation, in the sense that each and every step in the voting process must be verifiable and traceable, I believe that's something very important. And I do believe also that as an institution, we have been making progress in some areas, for example, through the use of an app that is available for civic participation, and also for registration among candidates, or the creation or registration of a political party, a national one, and registering new members for political parties. These apps have also shown that they can make use of georeferencing features or characteristics to determine if in a particular district or area there's an excessively high number of votes. We would be able to detect situations like that. So I believe that this issue is still valid. We need to continue to talk about it. I also believe that we should transition into electronic voting. And this is something I said in my participation as a moderator. I believe that the pandemic has taught us that we cannot only rely on a single voting method. what would have happened with us if we hadn't been able to open or set up polling stations in 2021 or in late 2020 during the elections in Coahuila and Hidalgo, because we had to suspend them, but we had to resume them again. That regardless of a circumstance, including pandemics or other world events. And in this case, e-voting can be a great solution, of course, with the necessary security features in order not to lose gains hardly fought. We need to have the guarantee that votes are being cast and being counted appropriately, and that the votes of citizens count. So I believe that this is the core issue we should have in mind. But yes, I do believe that we need to migrate to the e-vote or e-voting. Thank you, Mr. Bernal. Thank you, Councillor, for your participation. And let me go back to the point that you mentioned. What if we hadn't been able to deal with this situation amid the pandemic? I'm talking about the elections. Elections were held, like elections will continue to take place. And I also mentioned that ever since we were created, we have faced challenges. We have had challenges with voter IDs. You talked about civic support. We had to implement radio and TV monitoring systems. And technology has been used by the Institute in different stages and in different points in time in order to do our job without losing credibility of citizens, creating a public value also for the institution. Next, we have Dr. Lorenzo Cordoba. Doctor, please. Well, thanks a lot, Sergio. Good afternoon to everyone. The first thing I would like to say is that I want to thank my colleagues who are the members of electoral organization, and in particular, Councillor Carla Humphrey, the director, as well as the executive director of electoral organization, the coordination of international affairs, the social coordination department, and all the colleagues in the institute. I want to thank you for your efforts, which have allowed that this forum has been a success. In that regard, I commend the fact that INE has resumed the initiative to reflect on this issue, with so many nuances, such as e-voting, with differences that will continue to be the object of discussion and debate, which were present in this forum among those participating and ourselves, which speaks to the importance of having opportunities like this, and which speaks to the need to continue to work so that we can collectively build the path towards these new systems. This is not something novel, but that still requires further debate and discussion. And even though I celebrate this, let me point to several things. Number one, we had a great quality among the speakers in this forum, and diversity of experiences over the course of 3 days. Here we had experts from Latin America, Europe, and our country. Also the participation of regional and multilateral organizations that have devoted almost 2 decades of their professional life to promote the development of democracy. And also we had the thoughts and reflections of electoral authorities who have made decisions regarding the implementation of different aspects related to e-voting. And as a result of that decisions, we have identified, faced, and attempted to address different challenges, given our conviction to modernize the procedures that guarantee the free and effective vote. Another aspect, giving the plurality of voices expressed here and the diversity of experiences and concerns resulting from direct live experiences where e-voting takes place. In this forum, we talked about European and Latin American experiences when it comes to e-voting, as well as others that were more complex, like those that have occurred in India, as well as local binding and non-binding electoral processes in Mexico. We talked about the technical challenges and cybersecurity in this type of systems, the importance of not waiving or not quitting in this cross-cutting objective that we have at INE, not only to modernize voting systems, but the multiple tools and instruments to confirm the certainty or to validate the certainty and increase the level of trust in public powers. Yes, we still have many issues still to be discussed when it comes to e-voting, but it is also true that Mexico is a global example when it comes to the use of technologies and their application in different areas of the organization of electoral processes and public exercises that constitutionally we are mandated to organize. Several of the panelists, including individuals who are academicians from Mexico, Spain, electoral councils and authorities, agreed on the importance of modernizing electoral processes, but everybody agreed that this should occur without neglecting hard-fought gains in terms of gaining trust among citizens when it comes to elections. I believe that that certainty is precisely what is behind the fact that today INE is the civil organization in the Mexican Republic that has the highest level of credibility. Even though e-voting involves technical aspects in this forum, it is clear that its success in Mexican democracy depends on a political aspect, but also on a social aspect, the political culture that unavoidably leads to trust among citizens in their electoral processes. And the third reason why I commend you for organizing this event is because of the context in which it has taken place. In Mexico, we are currently engaged in a series of debates in the legislative power to reflect on an eventual electoral reform to change some proposals and the nationalized model we have today. I hope that all these reflection forums are truly committed to providing feedback on legislative bills with the opinion of authorities and experts, just like we did in this forum. I'm truly convinced that a significant part of the success of this reflection space or opportunity that concludes today's, of course, as in other experiences internationally, we participate in all its diversity of opinions is important with a commitment to listen to all the participants in the forum and the professionalism expressed and shown by these different panelists we had over the course of these days. On behalf of electoral counselors, of ILI and the INE authorities, thank you for sharing your experiences. Let me finish wrap up with a comment precisely talking about the current debate around an amendment or a possible reform of the electoral system. As my colleagues from other international organizations working in electoral matters, I must mention that all electoral systems are perfectible, including the Mexican one. But we have also maintained that history, at least our history, shows that for a reform to be successful, it must be based on realistic assessments and not depend on political phobias or philias. That discussions must be plural and the points of view of that diversity of opinion must be taken into account and included in political agreements reached. And finally, that any change to electoral laws must be approved with the maximum consensus possible. From that, from that depends that the elections can continue to be like they have been so far, not a problem, but a way of peacefully channeling the political plurality that exists in the fight over power. Elections are not a problem today, but so let's not make a decision that bring elections back to the category of problems. Engaging in dialogue around real facts and figures is important for democracy. That's what we have on this forum, especially if we aim to eliminate the mechanisms that are not legitimate when it comes to power. But amending electoral procedures without consensus will only lead to distrust, or it will be the starting point for political setbacks and democratic setbacks. The national election system in Mexico works, and it works well. Is it perfectible? Yes, it is. As a matter of fact, I believe that we should continue in that direction. But we can still recreate our democracy like we have done in recent years. Proof of that is that with the current national election system, we have made state bodies and organizations and agencies are more inclusive. We have given a way to alternation, political alternation, with a legislative scaffolding that favors equality and the access to vote and the inclusion of minorities. Our history shows that preventing electoral fraud has relied a lot on avoiding the direct intervention of governments in elections, and that it's up to electoral authorities. Electoral frauds were eradicated long time ago, even though we must recognize that the history of civic participation in elections in our country shows that we still have fraudulent behaviors by some stakeholders or actors in our society, even though that won't be solved with reforms, but with the strict application of the law. In summary, the reflections we heard over the course of these days in this forum are useful not only to feed and guide the efforts of electoral authorities, the ones we have been implementing for the incorporation of technologies in the exercise or the use of suffrage, but we need to continue to work towards the future with reliable data and discussion as to where we want to head the future of our electoral system and therefore our democracy. Congratulations for on the organization of this forum, and the commitment today based on these reflections is that we should continue to work on these reflections and take action, because this should be the starting point for making decisions and engaging in further discussion, which is necessary, as we have seen in this forum, because we still have a lot of room to when it comes to discussion. Congratulations to everyone. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, Councilor President. Thank you for your participation. And well, this is the end of our conclusions segment. Before closing, I want to thank all the participants and the people joining the forum. Let me extend this gratitude to all the different areas of the National Electoral Institute, including international affairs, social communication, IT services, outreach to local organisms, the Secretariat Office, and of course the Office of Councilor Carla Humphrey, and the Office of the President, Dr. Cordova, and all our colleagues from the Electoral Organization Division. Without further ado, thanks a lot. And I would like to repeat a phrase said by Dr. Cordova. This was a collective effort, and that also applies to democracy. Thank you. Have a great afternoon. The National Electoral Institute wants to thank each and all of the participants in the forum, electronic voting possibilities and challenges to its implementation in Mexico, as well as those that joined this live stream. Thank you. Have a great afternoon.